Hi, and welcome to the second stop on the new Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA eSports Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg from Super Tour Radio, and I'll be joined not only by Larry McLeod, national champion autocrosser and voice of the SCCA National Championship runoffs, but also by Kyle Heyer from Sim TV, who is producing and directing this broadcast today, and we just might have a few other guests along the way. The 7-week series started last weekend at Road Atlanta, where we had a great turnout not only on track, but where the competition was fierce, but right here on YouTube and Facebook, where the viewership and participation via chat far outstripped our expectations. This week, we're at historic 17-turn, 3.74-mile Sebring International Raceway, a former Army airfield that trained B-17 pilots during World War II, that held its first road race on New Year's Eve 1950, hosted the first ever United States Formula One Grand Prix, and is home to the first stop on the analog Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour every year in January. Tonight, we'll be bringing you 5 races across 8 different classes, and in order to handle the ever-increasing number of Sports Car Club of America drivers who want to take part, Larry, we've made some changes to the qualifying process.
Hey, Greg, yes, we've had to do a couple of changes. Hopefully, I think everyone's going to be pretty happy with this. We've got some pretty popular classes out of our 5 races. The Skip Barber Formula cars and the Global MX-5 Cup cars have clearly been the 2 most popular. So rather than just taking a first-come, first-served 40, instead we decided to go to a qualifying. The way that works, there's going to be a 70-minute practice. It's kind of a qualifying where they're going to go into, rather than just a 70-minute practice, then qualifying and race, but they're going to go into a 60-minute qualifying. So more than 100 people can participate if they want. They're going to jump into this, what they're calling a tournament session. Don't worry about the nuts and bolts of it. Basically, you're going to go to a hosted session instead of the league session. If you're in iRacing, you're going to look for this tournament. You're going to go into it. You're just going to run laps. Your fastest clean lap will count as your qualifying to get you into the 40-car field if you're in the Skip Barbers or if you're in the MX-5s later on tonight. The 35 of those are going to make the field, plus the 5 finishers and the top 5 from those 2 races last week will then make up the 40-car field. The rest are going to go into an overflow race. So that's how we're going to decide those. The other races, the Spec Fords, which we're about to get to first off, and then our big bores and our Tourings, they're going to be like last week's, kind of a first-come, first-serve. And in the future, we might see some qualifying for them, but we'll test and see how this works out this week.
Yeah, absolutely, Larry. And so I mean, we've had such great response to the Super Tour here. Last week, we were just at about 300 SCCA Sports Car Club of America members who had signed up for the league. We're now up, I got word, just under 400 racers, 400 drivers from all across the Sports Car Club of America. We've got road racers, autocrossers. We've got folks that do time trials and just simply bring out their street car to do track nights. And we've got a lot of volunteers that make a lot of the Sports Car Club of America analog events run successfully. So really great response across the membership, and it's only getting more popular.
It really has, and it's been great to see the popularity both of the participants coming from the road racers, but the autocrossers, the flaggers, and everybody, all the SCCA members. But it's also becoming very popular as everyone's got something to do now Saturday afternoon to sit back and watch, and it's got us a chance to hear a different voice. And one of those voices is going to bring you, with you, Greg, is going to bring you the action here for Spec Ford. That's going to be Kyle Heyer, because I, like as you see on screen there, Jackson McLeod is my son. I'm going to go race with him in this first race. So, Kyle, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi guys, well, last week was a whole lot of fun at Road Atlanta, but this week we're going to head to Sebring. It's flat, it's bumpy, and it's fun. 17 corners here, Greg, with the Spec Racer Ford first up tonight. I'm really looking forward to this, and we saw some great racing last week, and this week will be no exception.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. I expect with these fields here at Sebring, a lot of the drivers we know have been putting in a lot of practice time over the course of the last week to increase and make better their speeds and their car setups here at Sebring. But it is a very different track than what we saw at Road Atlanta. Sebring very much known for how bumpy it is, and as you mentioned, it is incredibly flat. So it's absolutely critical that these drivers get their marks perfect, that they don't turn in early, because it's really a track where you can really scrub off your tires pretty quickly here.
So practice is coming to a close here in just a moment, and we're going to actually turn this track over to a qualifying session. We saw qualifying be pretty important last week because of the trouble we found on the opening laps of the race. So I think tonight is going to be just as important. Keep yourself out front early so you don't get caught up in the trouble in Sebring's turn number 1, which is very flat and very fast and easy to get yourself into problems here.
Yeah, it's definitely a trouble spot for a lot of drivers here. Sebring, very high-speed corners. Not only, of course, the Sunset Sunset Bend, turn 17, and we'll go over the track here at Sebring in just a few moments. But as you mentioned, turn 1 can cause some serious problems for drivers, especially as they're perhaps a little bit more on edge and a little bit more aggressive as these races start. So yes, starting up towards the front of the pack is absolutely critical, and I'm sure that these drivers are going to want to go out for this qualifying session, set their fast laps, and use this also as a practice session so that they can make sure that their setups are all dialed in and they're ready to go.
Well, you spoke a moment ago about this racetrack, and now we're going to take a look at it. Now is a pretty good time because qualifying just got started. So, Greg, here's a look at Sebring International Raceway, and this racetrack, of course, is an American classic, just like Daytona. It's got that historic feel to it. It's based on or built around a World War II airfield, and it's very unique in a lot of different ways, but it's a long track, 3.74 miles and 17 turns.
Yes, absolutely. As you mentioned also earlier, it is incredibly flat, as you would expect a good portion of Central Florida to be. And interesting thing about this, as you mentioned, built on an Army Air Force base, and a good portion of the track, and you can even see here from the map that you have laid out, a lot of the track's actually laid out on former runways. And of the 3.74 miles, although just about 3 miles of the track is actually on asphalt, almost a full 1/10 of a mile here is actually still on concrete, and it really contributes to jostling and shaking the cars around, and it really makes for a very difficult time. Interesting thing to note here, a lot of the turns and a lot of the sections of the track are actually named after either drivers or people who had a big part in standing up this track originally back in 1949 and 1950 when it first went live. Of course, we have the Ullman Straight, the long back straight between turn 16 and 17 that brings you on to the Sunset Bend, the final turn here, named after Alec Ullman, who was the person who brought Sebring online. Of course, we've got the turn 11, which is the Collier turn, named after Sam Collier. Neat little factoid, the first race here at Sebring, which was a 6-hour race back on New Year's Eve of 1950, was won by Sam Collier. And then finally, coming out of turn 13, the tower turn, named such because there's actually right by there is actually a working tower for an airstrip, which is actually still live, and you'll see planes take off and land right next to Sebring all day long. The Flying Fortress Straight coming out of 13, going into Bishop turn over 14. Butts right up against that airstrip.
Yeah, you talked about the concrete at Sebring, and one of the corners that is on those concrete pads is really turn 17 and turn 1. You can actually see it just below us here. The concrete is quite old, and it's been obviously kind of worn in over time. But also, let's talk about taking rubber. These races are pretty short, but we're going to see a lot of the racetrack darken with rubber and build up marbles on the exit of the corner. We saw that be an issue quite a bit in previous weeks. I think it's going to be more so an issue at a racetrack that's so abrasive, especially through turn 17 and turn 1, which are so flat and so fast.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. When you do have these turns with no camber to them, as that rubber builds up, and especially when you think of turn 17, how bumpy it is and how it can really unsettle a car unless you have a very soft setup. Having those marbles out there is really just going to add to the trouble that these drivers have, and it may exhibit understeer. The drivers may exhibit oversteer through those corners. Turn 17 in particular, Sunset Bend, very, very fast turn. It is something that can be taken 3 wide there, but the exit of it butts right up against concrete barriers, and if you're having trouble with that car and you have a tendency to push just a little bit, the last place you want to be is out on the very outside over on driver's left.
So qualifying underway, about 10 minutes remaining here, Greg. So let's talk a little bit about some of the drivers that are in the field. We've seen a lot of familiar names. Obviously, Larry McLeod and Jackson McLeod are going to be running in this race tonight. But here's Max Grau in the number 34. He's always going to be a competitor in this field. But there's some other names that we should probably pay attention to throughout this race tonight.
Sure, and and we've talked about a number of them in the past. We've talked about, for example, Dave Ogburn, noted iRacer and analog Spec Racer Ford driver, actually took a win earlier this year at the Circuit of the Americas in the SCCA Super Tour. We also have Whitney Strickland, another one of the noted Spec Racer Ford drivers, and new this week, who we haven't seen for quite a while, out of New Jersey, Max King, driving the number 25 car. He'll be out as well. We also have some very noted drivers such as Chris Harp, the number 18 car. He comes from Tennessee. He is a noted autocross driver in the SCCA. And then we've got Emil Orza. He's driving the number 99 car this weekend. Orza typically runs in the same Weekend Warrior League as Larry McLeod does, and apparently has quite a bit of knowledge of the Spec Racer Ford chassis in iRacing, but apparently in practice earlier today really wasn't putting in the times to be up in the top 10. As a matter of fact, in talking to Larry McLeod, mentioned that he doesn't think Orza had any time to put in any practice this week, so that might affect his overall outcome. And of course, we've got Steve Ray, also from the Weekend Warrior program, and he is running in Spec Racer Ford this weekend as well.
A lot of important names to keep an eye on tonight, but we've got about 30 cars for this race, Greg. So when you're lining up, and we talked about this last week at Road Atlanta, that's a challenging racetrack. Turn 1 is an uphill right-hander that kind of ends up in a blind apex in turns 2 and 3, but Sebring is just dead flat through turn 1. So you get down in there, and you're trying to keep that car tucked right up against that concrete barrier. Talk to me about this first lap and what drivers will have to do to keep themselves out of trouble.
Sure, and you said it. It's going to be really a fight to get to the inside in turn 1, and you typically want to have the nose of the car right up against that concrete, right at the apex. But as you'll see here, it is very, very wide. There's no gravel trap there, but there is a lot of concrete, and so if you get pushed wide, you're kind of okay there. But as you exit that turn, about halfway between the exit of turn 1 and going down into turn 3, turn 2 is just a little bit of a kink between turns 1 and 3. It's not uncommon for drivers to drop a wheel and actually shoot back across driver's left into the track, into the tire wall there. So something you definitely want to look for. The other place that you're going to definitely want to take a look at is turn 7, known as the hairpin. Now, turn 7, even though they call it the hairpin, it was actually reprofiled a couple of years ago. It's now referred to as the safety pin. It's a little easier to get around, and the original, much sharper version of that, there was really no runoff there, and so drivers had a lot of issues. It was reprofiled, I believe, right around the turn of the century, right around 99, 2000. And then, of course, the other challenge, as you come out of turn 13, which we talked about earlier, the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress Straight, what separates you then from the much longer Ullman Straight is what is known as Le Mans. It's actually, and here's a shot of it right here, it's more like a chicane, turns 15 and 16, and it was really put in order to slow cars down coming onto the Ullman Straight. And it's a very good passing opportunity there, but a lot of times what you will find is you will find drivers that they just actually, they underestimate how much brake they need going into turn 15, and it really causes a problem for them. And as they try to get that car gathered back up, they find as they come onto that long Ullman straight heading towards Sunset that they just don't have the pace that they need, and it's very easy to either get past under the draft, or even, it's not uncommon to see cars just carry an extra 15-20 miles an hour out of that chicane and just pass you straight up on the back straight.
Here's a look at a replay. This is Joaquin Effinger in the 700 car. Look at the car bouncing over the bumps in turn 17. These cars turn a lot. Off-throttle oversteer, Greg. So the challenge today is to have that off-throttle oversteer, let your car rotate and not let it over-rotate when you're bouncing over the bumps. It's difficult to set up a car to handle these well. It's just kind of uncomfortable and borderline painful in some of these cars. So at least they won't have to deal with that today. But it's a lot. A corner you do a lot by feel, and you're not going to be able to feel it other than through your force feedback in your wheel. So it's an interesting corner, not only in the real world, but also in the sim, as Effinger had a bit of a moment there. Finishing his lap, he's down in 21st.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned earlier that typically what you're going to do is you're going to want to set the car up somewhat soft and give it a little bit of extra roll, a little bit of extra compliance there in order to soak up some of those bumps as we saw through there. And now as we see coming through Sunset, coming through the wide turn 17 here, as we mentioned, you can have 3 cars go through here as we follow Max Grau. But as you exit, if you get it wrong, you can see there it is very, very tight quarters, drivers left there, and it is absolutely not uncommon to see cars bounce off the wall there on the end. And as wide as turn 17 is, the front straight not very wide, and it's I've seen more times than not where the entire front straight can get bottled up and really cause the equivalent of the big one.
So about 5 minutes left in qualifying, and at the top of the board, Larry McLeod and Jackson McLeod, the father-son combo there, Greg. So last week, I don't think they really did quite as well as they were hoping as a team, but so far, they're drafting together, working together. If they can stay this way in the race, they're going to be a hard force to beat nose to tail like that.
Yeah, I believe so. The 33 and the 133 car, they did not have the weekend that they wanted at Road Atlanta last weekend. They got caught up in, I believe, a couple of incidents. But now, as Sean Valandia goes up to second fastest in qualifying with, again, just under 4 minutes to go, I'm sure both Larry and Jackson are hoping for a better result than last week. Now, I mentioned both Max King and Emil Orza. You'll notice that they are up towards the top of the field as well. Max, I believe now, is only 21, 22 years old. So, of course, I think he grew up in the generation that may have been spending a lot of time on iRacing, actually, to learn a number of the tracks. He typically runs for Doggone Motorsports in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Had a great finish last year in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at Watkins Glen on the Super Tour, and also had a very successful qualifying. Unfortunately, I don't believe his race ended up all that well this past year at Virginia International Raceway for the 2019 National Championship runoffs. And again, we've got Emil Orza in the 99 car, who we said hadn't been out for almost an entire week practicing. He's currently sitting on the inside of the third row if qualifying were to end right now.
And still a couple minutes left to lay down your times, but you mentioned Sean Valandia going second quick. Miles Crabb in the 31 car, 6th quick. Caleb Patry in the 198 goes 7th quick. Michael Kinney 8th. Steve Ray 9th, and Jake King in 10th. Max Grau in the 34, who you touched on a little bit earlier, he's back in 15th place, and right in front of him, rather, that's the 198 of Patry in 7th. So he's going to poke out a line here on the front straight. And qualifying in these Spec Racer Fords, I think I'm going to steal the word from Darrell Waltrip, co-opetition. You're competing with the other drivers on track, but you're also working with them to use that draft and use it better than everybody else out there to put yourself on the front row or close to it.
Yeah, with so many, I don't want to call them long straightaways, but so many straightaways here, the draft is brutally important in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and we'll see that a little bit later, I believe, in MX5 Cup as well, that you definitely want to work with at least one other driver. And almost as important, you don't want to be battling going into corners. You want to know to hold that draft and find a good position to swap positions, but never to try and make a pass going into, say, going into turn 1, going into turn 3, which is another one of the prime passing opportunities here. A very hard braking turn at turn 3, and you don't want to see it there either. So yeah, you're absolutely trying to work with a team member, and if you can make up a couple hundredths or thousandths of a second on one lap by being the second car in the draft train, so be it.
Mike Taylor out of Texas here in the 66. I think that we had a discussion last week trying to see if this is the Mike Taylor we were thinking about. But the Mike Taylor I was thinking about, that I know from the Grid Life side of things, actually had an incident in turn 17 here a couple months ago, and actually severely damaged his Honda Civic. So thankfully he's got all the time in the world now to repair it, but that's not really the position you want to be in right now.
Yeah, and actually, I've seen pictures of the car. I think he's well along his way on, as I think he calls it, Squirrel. I guess we're at Squirrel 2.5 now for his Honda Civic. I'll tell you another day story about the original chassis. That big history there, and yeah, Mike Taylor. We're thinking about driving the Just Track It Civic. He is out of Atlanta, Georgia, or just outside of Atlanta, and as we mentioned, the one driving with us here on the eSuper Tour out of Texas.
Yeah, he quite literally stitched 2 cars together, if I recall correctly from his Instagram a few weeks ago. Just chopped the nose off of one and transplanted it onto another. I didn't even know you could do that, so it was pretty cool to see.
That is so common, and so common when you race production-based cars. Very, very normal to do the front. Now, the big story is when you find drivers that have actually taken a rear clip as well from a unibody car. Now, that's a much more surprising and rare occurrence, but I know of at least 2 drivers that have done that in the past. But certainly for Spec Racer Fords, not something that you would typically see. The Spec Racer Ford chassis, they are tube frame cars, actually with square tubing underneath a fiberglass body. That's why it'll be a little strange here in iRacing when you see damage. Typically you see pieces of fiberglass go flying everywhere. In the real world, here on iRacing, not so much. All right, looks like Larry McLeod and his son Jackson McLeod here as we follow Larry. Now, Larry's stepping out of line just for a moment there on the Ullman Straight as they come through Sunset, and we can see a couple cars that have bounced and gone around coming through 17.
Yeah, and you mentioned Larry McLeod. Well, he's no longer sitting on pole. It's Max Grau that's gone through, beat him by 10,000ths of a second, 1/100th, so that's a 2:29.153, which is the pole sitting time. Then McLeod in second, Patry in the 198 in third, Jackson McLeod in fourth. So that actually puts Larry and Jackson nose to tail for the start, which is a pretty good position to be in for the start of a race, to have one of your drivers on the front row, the other one right behind, ready to push down to turn 1. Now let's talk bump drafting. We got a lot of straightaway here. We had a lot at Road Atlanta last week, but we have more consistent straightaway here at Sebring. We've got a couple different places where bump drafting is going to be important. So how much are you leaning on the driver in front of you, and is that just part of the racing in these cars?
In Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's definitely part of the racing. The challenge that you always run into is we see somebody take to the wall there in 17. The challenge that you always run into, because of the way these cars are set up, they have a very slim, I almost call it like a mail slot for an air intake in the front, and so you don't want to push too hard and too often lest you fold that up. But the way the bodies are designed, the nose of a car almost slots perfectly right underneath the ducktail rear of these cars, and you can slide that nose almost right up to the, you'll see now as we look at the back of the 31 car, you can see the back portion of the chassis with the rear suspension members, the trailing arms hanging off, and you can get the nose pretty much right up to that portion right there.
We'll get a nice look here as the 31 miles crab goes on by. There's all the parts and pieces you're talking about. And also, you don't really want to push too hard because you can bend some stuff here, especially in the front suspensions. We saw damage be a big issue last week at Road Atlanta after there was a couple drivers on the first lap that got together. But 40 seconds left in qualifying, only a few cars left on track here. Probably a good time now to take a look at the weather for today's event here, Greg. 76 in the air, 100 on the track surface, and we typically expect that to be a little bit warmer, but it's an early morning here in Sebring, Florida. So we might see that track surface temp continue to rise. But again, it's concrete and it's not quite as temperature sensitive as asphalt. But that's also something to keep in mind, is that the two different surfaces are actually going to change temperature at different rates. We're just seeing an average across the entire track. So 101 is the average. I'm sure the asphalt's a lot hotter, the concrete a little bit cooler.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a little cool this morning for an April. I guess we're still in April for an April day down at Sebring. Now I'll tell you, we start off the analog Super Tour every year right in the middle of January, and I've been out there where it has been as cold as 35 degrees ambient in the morning there, and you certainly, with all the humidity in the air, and that's going to be another issue as well. A lot of humidity in the air down at Sebring that these cars may have to deal with. Of course, these are all fuel-injected cars, so it probably won't be that big a deal. But yeah, I would suspect that as this race goes on and as we walk through 4 more races after this, that the temperature on track is definitely going to get hotter.
Absolutely. So let's go back here to the racetrack as we get ready to grid, and we're going to wait a little while before we start rolling through the starting lineup here. But Sam Rolfe in the 85 car, buried a little bit deeper in the field. So talk to me a bit about the drivers that are starting farther through the race. This is a 9-lap event roughly, so that's not a whole lot of time. You only get 9 chances to get every corner right, so I think you're going to see a lot of frantic drivers at the very beginning here.
Exactly, and I think we kind of alluded to that at the opening here, where the first lap or first 2 laps, especially as the tires are a little bit cold here, and although the track temperature is very warm, which is going to help quite a bit on these Hoosier tires that the Spec Racer Fords are driving, there may be, again, some aggression there as our drivers in the mid-pack. We look at folks like Ogburn, that we look at Whitney Strickland, Max King, who we saw up towards the front of the field, I think at the very beginning. He's fallen off the pace just a little bit. Those types of drivers, I think they're going to really try to use what they know about these chassis in the analog world, in the real world, and maybe try to push through. And they might be underestimating the capabilities of the drivers right ahead of them.
So let's take a look at our starting lineup for the first of our 5 events here today, Greg. And on the front row this evening, it's going to be Max Grau in the 34, and Larry McLeod out of Michigan in the number 33 rolls off in second.
All right, starting on the second row, Caleb Patry and Jackson McLeod. McLeod the younger, he's going to be starting right behind his father on the outside of the second row. Sean
Belandia rolls off 5th out of California in his number 51, and Max King in 6th place in his number 25 out of New Jersey.
All right, then we've got Emil Orza and Miles Crabb. They'll be starting on the 4th row.
And in row number 5, it'll be Michael Kinney in the 10 car in 9th place, and Steve Ray in the 11 on the outside in 10th.
All right, and as we go to the next row, row number 6, we've got Jake King and Dave Ogburn. Ogburn in the number 8 car. As I mentioned, he's one of the drivers I would expect to watch and see if he can make his way through the field.
Kevin Bubar in the 240 car in 13th, and Richard Franco in the 14th place, 173 out of the Virginias.
All right, and then we've got Justin Clardy and Chris Harp. Harp, again, one of those drivers that comes from Tennessee, autocrosser that we want to take a look at.
Whitney Strickland and Tommy Bordeaux are going to be row number 9 in the 24, and 57 from Texas and California.
All right, and rounding out pretty much the top half of the field, we've got Mike Taylor starting on the inside of row 11, and then we've got Eric Parkhurst on the outside.
Sam Rolfe in 21st in the 85 car, and Andrew Cox in the 20, back in 22nd out of the Midwest.
All right, and as our drivers now continue on their pace lap, Eric Lane will be starting 23rd, Dave Swig will be 24th.
Couple more rows. Joaquin Effinger in the 700 car. Saw him bouncing through 17 in practice. He'll get to do it again for the race. 25th from Texas, and Andrew Rosencroft back in 26th.
All right, starting 27th today, we've got James Bernard and Charlie Langford will be starting 28th in the 87 car.
Couple more drivers. Dan Bullis in 29th in the 44, and Tennis Rangel in the 37 out of California rolls off in 30th, and I think there's only a couple more rows here, correct?
Yeah, not much left to go here. Marshall Stocker will be starting 31st in the number 38 car, and Michael Johnson will be starting 33rd.
And all these drivers, so Grant Vogel will actually not be starting this race, didn't make it to the grid. Charles Vaccaro will roll off in 34th, and that's actually the end of the grid here, Greg. So they're rolling through Le Mans here and getting set up for that long back straightaway. It's the last time they'll do it at pace speed before we turn them loose for this approximately 9-lap race here, set by time, and they're Getting all warmed up here. You see McLeod in the 33 warming up those tires and getting prepared for the start of this frantic race.
Yeah, we got the 33 of McLeod sitting on the outside of the front row. We got Max Grau, the 34 car, sitting on the pole. And of course, what Grau is going to want to do, and as he controls the field there, he's going to want to make that move down to the inside, keep that position, because as they roll through and exit turn 1, again, the very first heavy braking passing opportunity here at Sebring, turn number 3 is a very sharp, almost 90-degree left-hander, so pretty critical that he sticks it to the inside and he keeps it there. Of course, that is where Larry McLeod is going to want to be. He's not going to want to be held to the outside.
There it is, green flag in the air here from Sebring for the SCCA eSports Super Tour. 20 minutes on the board already, side by side, and they've singled it out. The first two get in line as they rumble out of turn 1, Greg.
All right, and as they head now down into turn number 1, Grau manages to hold on to the position, and it looks like Larry McLeod just did not get a good jump there off the start. He falls back into third with Caleb Patry currently sitting behind our leader Max Grau as they roll down now through turn 3. And McLeod, the older, pushes a little bit wide. We've got Sean Valandia and then Max King. And the driver to really get caught out there started 4th. He's now fallen back to 6th is Jackson McLeod in the 133 car.
And Sean Valandia, opportunistic move in the 51 car. He's gained a couple spots side by side now is Emil Orza in the 99 as they rumble down to the hairpin for the first time here. There's the 31 of Crab, a little bit defensive to his inside. That looks to be Jake King in the 39. He wants to take a position here.
Yeah, and Jake King, he gets by the number 99 car, but cannot get around the number 31 as they now come out of turn 8 going into Fangio, and as they roll down towards turn 10, another very sharp right-hand turn that they're setting up for right here. Again, another typically not a passing opportunity. Cars carry a little bit more speed, but you'll see a couple attempts here under braking as the 57 of Tommy Bordeaux attempts to go around Justin Clardy in the 7. And Clardy staying to the inside. He's going to be fine. He manages to hold off. Of course, the next big turn that he has to worry about is going into 13, the tower turn, which is going to be a right-hander, which brings you onto that Flying Fortress straight as they roll out right about now.
Yeah, the Flying Fortress straight really isn't a whole lot. We got a car around in the background. Sorry to cut off there, but it
looks like the 700 car that went around.
Yeah, Joaquin Effinger in the 700. But we're talking about this straight. That turn 13 is such an important corner because these cars are essentially full throttle. 31's around the background. That's Miles Crab spun out.
And a number of other drivers that are having some issues. Looks like Emil Orza went to avoid in the number 99 car. He ran to the right drivers right now. Again, not a lot of there are no gravel traps out there. It looks like
Michael
we've got
Kinney. Motor gone.
Kinney going off now on the Ullman straight. Maybe blew a downshift coming through the chicane there through Le Mans.
Might have been looking for 4th and found 2nd or some other combination, but that's heartbreaking to lose a motor on lap number 1, especially due to a shift. But look at Larry McLeod back up to 2nd here out of turn 17.
Yeah, and I think the big change right at the back of that group there is Max Grau in the number 34 car. You know, he was your pole sitter, and as they went through the first half of the lap, he was sitting pretty in the front of the pack. He's now sitting back in 6th, so he must have had some problems there that we just didn't catch. And he now has Jackson McLeod. He's got Max King, Sean Valandia ahead of him before he can even get onto the podium here.
Frantic start, and we've already seen some of our leaders have issues. There's Whitley Strickland in the background off in turn 1. That's a lot of damage. Looks like Kevin Bubar in the 240 also involved. So a few incidents here and there, but we're going to stay focused back up at the front here because Patry's starting to pull away in the 198.
Yeah, he is. He now has his, he comes out of, looks like out of turn 5 going into turn, actually he's coming into the hair clip right now, or probably the paper clip right now over at turn 7, and he's opened things up just a little bit as our top 6 drivers have really started to separate themselves out from Steve Ray, Jake King, and Emil Orza, sitting 7th, 8th, and 9th respectively now here, and we're on board with Tommy Bordeaux in the number 57 car. Bordeaux currently sitting 12th, and he makes an attempted pass here on Dave Ogburn in the orange number 08 car going into turn 10, and Bordeaux gets it done.
pass complete for the 57. He actually started back in 18th position, so he's +7 in a lap and a half. So a really good start for the 57 car. Moving back up towards the front, though, Patry was pulling away, but Larry McLeod reeling him back in here. And this is an important place on the racetrack to reel somebody back in because you have that long back straightaway all the way down to Sunset Bend, and Sean Volandia is right there as well. So the top three, kind of a little bit of a breakaway. It's 7/10 back to Max King, but that might be smaller by the time they get to 17.
Yeah, I think as they go down the Ullman Straight here, things will start to close up, and you can see here already our leader Patry moving all the way driver's right, trying to break the draft of McLeod, and our top two drivers, Patry and McLeod, starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. But look at this move right here, moving up now and trying to get his way around a number of cars. Jackson McLeod getting around the 51 car of Sean Volandia, and also looks as though Max King has managed to follow along and get around Max Grau as well.
Move Max King up to 4 side by side is Grau and Volandia down the front straight away. It looks like Patry is going to keep Larry McLeod behind him. And in the background, you're going to see a silver car. That's Steve Ray and Emil Orza right behind. Miles Crabb in the 31 again has trouble. So does Eric Lane in turn 17. So they're going to call it a night there. So some damage to those cars. Looking a little bit deeper, Dave Ogburn back on the inside of Tommy Bordeaux and recompletes the pass. So these two still locked in a dogfight for 11th spot.
All right, and there's that battle with Ogburn rolling through with Bordeaux and Franco, Richard Franco, the 173 car right behind. Franco trying to get back up, but Ogburn having some issues with the curbing there, bounces off the curbs and gives Bordeaux the opportunity, and Bordeaux takes advantage. He retakes the position away from Ogburn to move Bordeaux up to 11th, and it looks like Franco in the 173 managed to get by Ogburn as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the curbs. That's not something we really touched on yet tonight, Greg, but the curbs here depends on what corner you're in, because some of them you can use and some of them I would advise to stay very, very far away from. Again, this racetrack is very old and it retains a lot of the original curbing, or curbing at least old style, that's a lot taller and a lot more aggressive than the FIA, the flatter style curbing that you see in a lot of other racetracks now. So it'll mess up your suspension, it'll put you offline. You have to be really careful what corner you're in and how aggressive you are with that curb, because it can certainly throw you for a loop, as it did a little while ago for that 08 car of Dave Ogburn.
All right, and as our leaders come down the Flying Fortress Straight and make their way through Bishop, turn 14, and into the chicane, what we also call Le Mans here, looks as though the top three drivers have closed up just a little bit. Now, as I've been watching our front two drivers, you'll notice coming out of Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight for the second lap in a row, Caleb Patry, our leader in the 198 car, was able to stretch things out, at least for a moment there, over Larry McLeod, but McLeod doesn't fall out of the draft completely. And as they come down now into turn 17, into Sunset Bend, McLeod is pretty darn close and running a little bit tighter line through here than our leader Patry. And Patry, if he continues to take that very wide set, that late entry into Sunset, he's giving up a lot of ground, and that's where McLeod seems to close back up. And it's also allowing Jackson McLeod to close up as well, because the son of Larry definitely in the draft there as they roll out of turn 1, come through that tiny little bend here at turn 2 and set up for turn number 3.
If I'm Caleb Patry, though, I'm keeping an eye on these two behind me because they are going to work together. That's just the father and son combination. And Max King's probably going to hitch a toe as well. So these three cars behind Patry, I'm not so sure that they're going to sit in line. We got two drivers that are obviously working together, and they kind of have the leg up on a driver that's all by themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Larry and Jackson just draft right on by Patry as soon as they can build up a big enough of a run, probably between turn 16 and 17, like we saw them kind of planning. In the background, you see Steve Ray under attack from Sean Volandia and Emil Orza in the 99.
Yeah, and it looks like Orza doesn't have much of anywhere to go, as Volandia for a moment there had pulled up alongside. But I think the 99 of Orza, he seems pretty content to sit and try to help Ray forward. But I think at some point here, as Ray continues to fall off the pace of the drivers ahead of him, that Orza's really going to have to make the decision of when it's really go time. Because I think at this point, the 11 car might be the limiting factor factor here for the 99 and the 51.
It looks to be that way. So let's look a little bit deeper in the field. And Mike Taylor in the 66, Eric Parker in the 27. These guys have just been kind of in their own little world back here in 15th and 16th, drafting together. Then it's 10 seconds back to Sam Rolfe in the 85, who had a little bit of trouble on the opening couple laps. Miles Crabb went out and spun out actually twice in the 31 after starting up in 8th spots. This has been kind of a disastrous run for that 31 team.
Yeah, it's been a problem for him, and he's under attack now from Kevin Bubar in the 240 car. And you can see Bubar, he's spending a lot, and he's had some damage as well. Looks like Bubar is trying to look, get in the mirrors of the 85 car. He's taking alternate lines through almost every corner here, and I think he's just trying to throw Rolfe off at this point. All right, let's jump back up to the front of the field here if we can here as our drivers are starting to make their way through Sunset, and the McLeods, I think, as close as they've been to Patry at this point, rolling through 17. As a matter of fact, for a moment there, Larry McLeod had actually come underneath and was right up to the quarter panel of our leader, the 198 car, but now the son, Jackson, pulling right alongside, and he's going to have position going down into turn 1.
Yeah, I think Larry's going to let him on by, but that's going to open the door for Max King to come through as well. And when watching the McLeod's lines through 17, they're keeping the car a lot tighter, and Patry's kind of swinging out wider and later apexing, which is giving him a better run down the straightaway, but leaving him vulnerable through the first part of the corner. So on the last lap, that's not going to work. The McLeods are going to just stick the nose up in there. They'll have that spot. And you see Larry drop back to 5th now as Max King and Max Grau go through for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and I was going to mention the driver that we probably should be watching is Max King in the 25 car. He hasn't had the ultimate pace of the McLeods through here. He's definitely been lucky with the draft, but as our two, as Grau and McLeod come through, pardon me, is Patry and McLeod come through turn 6 right here. The reason I say we want to look at Max King, knowing how he drives in an analog, in a real life Spec Racer Ford, he's a very aggressive driver, has a tendency to make non-traditional moves in non-traditional places, and if that translates to iRacing and to the esports world, I would suspect that we're going to see him try to throw that car into some places that we might not expect, and he might not wait till the very last lap to do it. You
can see Logan Jackson dragging wheels off track at the exit of turn 13. Let's talk a little bit about the S's up here. Really, there's a lot of curbing and a lot of concrete and pavement here, and it's so easy to get yourself a cut course here in iRacing if you just cut it a little bit too tight. And these cars are also low enough that if you straddle the curbs too much, you can actually kind of surf across the top of the curbs without your wheels touching the ground. You see these guys respecting the track limits quite a bit here, but as we get closer and closer to the end of the race, they're going to be playing with those limits a bit more, and I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get a penalty towards the end.
That is definitely a possibility, and of course, when they go wide and take a wide trip off of those track limits in iRacing, they're usually it's a requirement to let the car that they would have passed go by, or to hold up and basically give a couple seconds back here as Patry and Jackson McLeod now come through Sunset through 17, and once again you notice here, Kyle, where McLeod takes a much earlier entry and is much closer to the wall drivers right on entry, and it allows them to make up a lot of ground that they may have lost coming out of Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight.
Look at this run around the outside though for Jackson McLeod, maybe a bit too deep into the corner, going to run wide. Patry stays hard, drivers left, side by side as they run down to turns 2 and 3, but Patry's going to have the preferred line here for at least turn 3.
And look at a move here. Max Grau coming to the inside of Max King, just cannot get it done. You don't have a lot of room to finish a pass off on the exit of turn 3 before you have to set up for the quick little right-hand bend and then the sharp left-hander at turn 5. So looks as though Max King able to hold off Grau at least momentarily.
Now down into the hairpin again, 6.5 minutes to go, and the front 5 are all together. Larry McLeod is actually losing a little bit of time to the front 4, but with them battling like this has brought him right back into the mix. So still, any one of these top 5 drivers could win. It's 4.7 seconds back to Steve Ray, who's got Volandia and Orza together. And unless they really start to kick it in gear and make up time, I don't think they're going to get back to those front 5. It's really a 5-horse race right now. Dan Bullis is around in the 44. That's in turn number 1. A lot of damage on the nose of that car.
Yeah, it looks like he ended up getting to the wall there, turned in early, which is not an uncommon thing there. It's really difficult to judge. You know, when you talk about blind turns, because of how high the wall is there, right at the apex, you really don't have a good idea. You can't really sight through the corner here, as we've got another push for the lead here from Jackson McLeod.
Yeah, it was actually a cleaner shift that got him the run here. Petrie was a little bit slow going from the 3rd to 4 shift, and that's what let Jackson McLeod on through onto the straightaway. So move the 133 up to the lead. It'll be 5 minutes to go, and it'll be 2 laps to go when we come back around to the start-finish line here. About a 2-minute, 30-second lap time, and by the time they make it all the way around, only be about 7 miles left in this race. Now they're weaving again. You see in the background there is Steve Ray and Volandia trading positions, but the top 5 still knows the tail.
Yeah, so it looks like Volandia and Orza probably just decided that they can't sit behind Steve Ray long enough, but Orza not able to get by. Orza still sitting right behind here, as Max King talked about making aggressive moves here as he comes underneath Jackson McLeod, and as they come out of Sunset onto the front straight, Caleb Petrie back in the lead, but now side by side the battle for second with Max King and Jackson McLeod, and King has preferred line going into turn number 2, but of course his entry is going to be compromised just a little bit as he's pushed to the inside by the 133 car, and Max Grau, you can see him kind of chomping at the bit there as they come through turn 2 and set up for turn number 3.
Oh, he's into turn 3 really deep, but he actually got alongside, so Jackson McLeod goes back to second, Max King back to 4th. There was actually a bit of a touch side by side with Petrie and McLeod going into 17, just the slightest of touches that put Jackson offline enough to let Grau and King on through, but obviously they're moved down in turn 3, put the 34 back in first spot. Now look at the bump drafting here. They know they lost about a second to those front 2. They need to work together to get back up towards that front.
Yeah, and you can see Max King, though, moving to the inside a little bit, and I'm wondering if he made that move to try and cover Larry McLeod just a little bit, but as you see, King now dropping a wheel on the exit of turn number 6.
Now the run down to turn 10 now. There's Jackson McLeod looking to driver's left. Petrie a bit defensive, moves back onto the line. Greg, what's the general courtesy? There's actually a car stopped over there on the outside of 10. That might be Charles Langford in the 87.
I think that's Langford, 87 car, exactly. And he wisely let the leaders go by, and it looks like his day may be done here.
I think that's safe to say. That car is a little worse for wear at the moment.
Yeah.
But I want to talk to you a little bit about the etiquette when it comes to going defensive. Obviously, you're typically allowed one move that's not reactionary to the trailing driver. What's the general rule? Are you allowed to move back on line if you go defensive and they don't take it, or are you committed to that line once you make that move?
Again, it's one move, and if the driver behind you does not make a reaction, then you're kind of okay there. You can slide back over and retake your position again. It's your line to take as long as you're not actively mimicking what the driver behind you is doing.
Move for second. That was Max Grau going through Jackson McLeod. And Larry McLeod and Max King, they got distracted with themselves, Greg. So they've got a lot of ground to make up in about one lap here. Looks like Emil Orza has gone through to 6th past Steve Ray, but white flag going to be in the air as you see Ray go back to the inside of Orza through Sunset Bend. And here comes Volandia as well.
Yeah. Orza had some issues there on entrance to Sunset and allows Steve Ray back on by. Volandia then dropping back behind those two drivers. So Volandia now back into 8th, Steve Ray, where he'd spent the majority of the race, back up to 6th.
Those guys will continue to do battle here, but one more lap around Sebring International Raceway for the first of 5 races tonight for the Hoosier SCCA eSports Super Tour. And Petrie now has a half a second lead. Is this too far out in front? Will that draft from Grau be enough to make up that gap on that last straightaway?
Yeah, well, Grau, he may be just a little bit out of the draft, but what we'll have to see is if Grau has been watching the line that Petrie takes into 17. As long as he doesn't lose a lot of ground coming through Le Mans, coming through the chicane over at 15 and 16, and gets a good run out, he may be able to get back up to our leader coming onto the Ullman Straight. So we'll have to take a look there because again, there's not a lot of time left and not a lot of corners left here for Max Grau to take that lead.
And Jackson McLeod's got to be thinking the only way that he's got a chance to win this race is if Max Grau has a chance to win the race. So they'll probably work together. We're running about a time here, about a half a lap left. And Caleb Patry now has a 7/10 of a second lead. It has grown a little bit, but now comes the longer legs part of the lap, the longer straights. And all about hitting turn 13. Patry a little bit offline, but so is Grau. He's actually going to get in the dirt on corner exit. That's going to kill momentum. And Jackson McLeod going to go to the inside. So if these two fighting, Patry's just going to wave goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and you can see there as McLeod gets over the curbing, trying to get around Max Grau, and yeah, that is just what Patry wanted to see as they come out of Le Mans now, make their way onto the Ullman Straight, and as they do, Caleb Patry with perhaps his largest lead of the entire race here. He's now opened things up to about 5, maybe 6 car lengths, and it's more a battle for second now than it is a battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think they've given up on catching the leader, but that's going to leave Grau under attack from Jackson McLeod. One more corner, and you can go through this about 100 different ways. Let's see how it works side by side for second place in the SRFs. Grau on the inside, Jackson McLeod on the outside. And over the bumps to the checkered flag, Caleb Patry is free and clear. He'll win in the 198 car, but for second, it's Jackson McLeod, an expertly done pass in the final corner. He'll get it done for second in the SRFs.
All right, so great battle there, and let's see now as Max King takes it home 4th and Larry McLeod 5th. Let's look at that battle for 6th that we had coming through, and it looks like Volandia managed to get back around Orza and Steve Ray. Volandia is going to end up finishing 6th, and then we've got the battle a little bit further back. We're looking at Dave Ogburn there, who takes it home in 12th, manages to hold out over the 7 of Justin Clardy. Those two drivers were pretty much attached at the hip for the majority of this race as well.
Absolutely. So the rest of the field kind of trickling on through here, Greg, but here's a look at the race results. It was Patry. He just kind of drove away at the end there. They got distracted, and this is something that typically happens with these lower horsepower cars. It's very draft dependent. If you lose that draft or you get distracted with someone else, the leader will just get to walk away. So that was a dream scenario for the 198.
Yeah, it definitely was as they came out of the tower turn 13, with Grau dropping wheels, and both drivers there trying to get the best position going into the chicane at Le Mans. It really gave Patry the opportunity to stretch out again the biggest gap that he'd had probably the entire race, and he really ran a very clean race today, Kyle. As I was watching his lines through a lot of these corners, he was hitting his marks, and there were very consistent, and maybe more so than any of the other drivers in the top 5.
Well, we do have Caleb Patry kind of hanging out in Discord, Greg, so if you want to see if we can talk to him, I can drag him in, and we'll see if we can get a conversation.
Yeah, why don't we bring him on in?
Hey, Caleb, it's Kyle and Greg from the SCCA eSports Super Tour booth. You got a copy?
Yep, I do.
Excellent. Caleb, congratulations on the win today. You had a pretty tough battle there for the majority of the race. Things opened up for you towards the end. Why don't you walk us through it a little bit?
Definitely. The start was great. Max got a pretty good jump when I followed him through. And looks like he kind of ran into trouble there that first lap, and I was able to get around him. And from there on out, the plan was to hold my position as best as possible. I knew I wouldn't be able to shake those guys since they were in the draft. So just knock down consistent laps, not make any mistakes, and tried to hold them off as best as possible.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I was just telling Kyle before we grabbed you how consistent you appeared to be lap after lap here, and tell us towards the very end of the race as Max and Jackson started to battle it out there right behind you. Did you get the feeling that maybe that last lap or last 2 laps, certainly not that you could relax, but did you think that maybe the pressure might have been off there?
You know, a little bit. I kind of figured, I thought they would try to team up and try to catch me, but it looked like they were trying to battle each other that whole lap. So I knew I had a shot at it that last lap, but I told myself I had to keep my head down and keep going.
There you go. So Caleb, we're going to see you in any more races this evening?
I plan to run the big bore race next, and that's about it.
All right, excellent. Well, we'll definitely look forward to you in the big bore race. Want to thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your win in the eSports Super Tour tonight from Sebring.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Greg, looks like we got Larry McLeod back here in the booth. We're going to jump to break here to get loaded into the next event, which will be the touring class. But Larry, how was it out there for you? Came home P5.
That was pretty intense. The intense right off the start. So, starting on the front row there, knowing, not quite sure, knowing that Max had the right to decide when to go, watching the safety car pull in, he went and had, I don't know if it was Caleb behind him, and they just took off. And I said, all right, well, let's just try to get in line. Sean made a bit of a mix of it, so we weren't quite how that was going to sort out. After that, we started just sort of playing in line for a while. And I radioed to Jackson behind me. I said, you know what? Why don't you get in front of me? When that happened, the other two just launched me. I said, all right, fine. But at least I let Jackson sort of fight it out. Tried to get by those guys, and I had Max King there for a while, but I couldn't hold him on the last lap. But it was intense. Just trying that whole group. This is not an easy track to pass on, despite being wide and long straightaways. It is not at all easy. It is intense. That's one thing.
Yeah, a lot of the traditional turns, heavy braking turns where you might find passing opportunities here, the exits of those turns are rather short, so it's very hard to make a pass stick. Now, I noticed that you did have some issues on the start, as you said. Looked like the two cars, both Patry and Max Grouse, started to move away from you on the start, but things definitely got straightened out. Now, tell me, both you and Jackson were taking a very different line going through Sunset, and you seemed through the first half of the race, typically when you'd lose ground to Patry on the Ullman Straight, you'd make up a lot of it coming back out of 17 going onto the front straight. Was that just an adjustment that you decided to make partway through the race after seeing what Patry was doing through there, or is that your normal line through that corner?
17's a brutal corner. This car, it's weird. It drives through 17 like a live axle car. It bounces and hammers all over the place. Did a session a couple of days ago with Billy Davis, and he was in the Skippy and I'm in this. In fact, he was bouncing back and forth between the two cars, and the Skippy, you can chuck it in there, slide it, and it sucks up the bumps. This car just gets hammered through there, and it's impossible. So you hit the wrong bump and you're going to spin. So sometimes you're driving through there just trying to not hit the big bump. So through the race, you're just playing lead and follow and just dancing around the broken glass to not step on it and trying to come out of there with a bit of momentum to get down to one before the other guy gets alongside of you. And that was the big struggle with that, because it takes away one as a reasonable passing zone if you don't get any momentum off of 17, and it just makes it really, really tough.
Gotcha. Yeah, it looked like there were definitely parts of the track where Patry had the advantage, and for quite a while there were certain sections that you and your son definitely looked stronger in, and again at some point you stop drafting and you start battling, and I think that's really where Patry had the opportunity to start walking away.
Yeah, and that's your classic. Everybody stays in line. You get the 5-car breakaway. I think when Sean got out of the mix, that helped us break away a little more, because honestly, he was a little bit spicier on the opening laps. You guys probably noticed.
Yes.
The rest of us settled down, and it was stick our nose in around Caleb to kind of see where his mistakes were, but no one was going to make any moves. I let Jackson by, and again, that was a bit of strategic between he and I. I realized he was going to be quicker and I could follow him. I didn't expect the two Maxes to go right by me. But that's fine. Jackson was able to try some things behind Caleb. But when you get down to the last lap, you go for something. If it doesn't work, then you try to grab second, which is, it looks like that's what he was able to do. And the kid's got speed, and I'm looking forward to the next race. So it was fun. It was a good time.
There you go. All right, so Kyle, why don't we wrap things up here at Spec Racer Ford? We'll get ready for our next race of the evening. That's the touring race, the T1 class made up of the Porsche Caymans, and the T2 class with the Mustang FR500s.
All right, we'll wrap it up here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay with us for touring.
All right, and we're back here at Sebring International Raceway for the second round, the second weekend of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA eSports Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, joined once again by fifth place finisher Larry McLeod.
Hey, I'm just glad I'm not third. Trust me, there's a joke that a lot of people know I'm not third.
Hey, just be glad you're not seventh.
I'm very happy to be fifth. We had a really fun race, and I'm looking forward to this next one. This is going to be a good one.
Absolutely, and of course we've got Kyle Heyer, who you heard during the first race, and he will be back, I'm sure. He's actually sitting in the background here, making sure that everything looks pretty when Larry and I don't sound pretty. So definitely want to thank Kyle for all the hard work and all the hard work that SimTV puts in each and every week here for the eSports Super Tour.
All right, so we got about 5 minutes left in qualifying. We are up to our touring. We got T1, T2, we got Porsche Caymans, we got Mustang FR500s. We had a couple of exciting races last week. We are going to continue that this week with some big name drivers coming back to play. Quick rundown of where we are with our Caymans. It's DJ won this race last week. He's not the top qualifier right now. That belongs to Paul Darling, and I've seen Paul Darling run in a couple of races. He's run in the Grid Life Series. He's run in the Washington, D.C. Region Series. He's very fast. This guy flies around here in this Cayman. He's going to be a very serious competitor for DJ Alessandrini. Another one, so we know that DJ now is top on the board. So DJ Alessandrini, who won 2 races last week, he won here in the Caymans in the T1, and he also has managed to win in the MX5 Cup last week.
Yeah, and I was going to say he's another year wiser. Celebrated a birthday yesterday, so he and for his birthday actually, well, he didn't take home the win. He finished second in the Washington D.C. region race from Lime Rock last night. So sure,
you get old and those kids come along and beat you.
That's right. Yeah, you get old and slow. Just like me.
Young kids, you know. Who beat him, by the way? Who beat him?
Might have been. Let's see.
Was it that guy right there?
O'Gorman was the overall winner. He was driving his Valvoline TCR Audi, and Alessandrini was in the Global MX5 Cup cars, and unfortunately, it's not coming to me right now.
Okay,
Who took
fine.
the win?
No worries, because that guy over there is Tom O'Gorman. He's been working his tail off for this whole event. You've probably seen a lot of Tom posts this week. He set up the Tuesday fun night, the Thursday practice night. He set up a lot of what's going on here. He and Steve Ray have been working the tails off behind the scene. He's also talking about now being part of a little bit of a, working with some Valvoline thing going on. You'll hear more about that next week.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from Tom a little bit later. He's going to be announcing one of our later races, and our next race actually. And he's just been picked up by Valvoline. He is a sponsored esports driver for them.
Too cool. So he right now is sitting third. Eric Teal, you see him right here driving a Cayman in this race. He's currently 5th in the standings on the qualifying. Again, we've got about 3 minutes or so left of qualifying. We had DJ, Paul Darling in second, Tom O'Gorman third. Tony Chow right now is sitting in 4th. There's your leaderboard right now for the qualifying standings. Again, this is all in the Caymans. Nick Johnston in 5th. Casillas, we mentioned, showing here is in 6th. James Cathers 7th. Ido Waxman in 8th. Let's jump down to the Mustangs. Go through some of those.
Yeah, we've got Paul Savlanek in the 528 car. He is currently your fastest driver in the class, and he was very fast last week at Road Atlanta, sitting 3rd fastest. Actually, we don't want to skip over anybody. Brian Horowitz right now in the 21 car. He's your 2nd fastest driver. He's currently about 25 hundredths of a second off of Slavonek's pace. Then Danny Richardson, who I believe finished on the podium in American Sedan, not in a Mustang, but in a Chevy Camaro this year at Virginia International Raceway. A lot of really top-notch drivers here, actually, in both classes. A little bit further back in the field, in the Mustangs, we've got Ryan Kristoff, who we saw last night in the Washington D.C. region Mars races as well. Kristoff, I believe, finished 5th last night in the TCR cars. Tonight, he is running 8th fastest in qualifying in the Mustangs. J.G. Pasterjak of Grassroots Motorsports fame we're going to see him in a Porsche Cayman tonight.
There he is right there.
Tiger Tom Patton, they call him Tiger Tom because he typically runs a
Tiger.
He's not in his GT3 Sunbeam Tiger. That car is just absolutely amazing when you see that thing on a racetrack.
If you have not seen his Sunbeam Tiger, get out to a race somewhere in the Midwest or to the runoffs. Go Google it. It's a beautiful car. Tom's a great guy. Awesome.
Yeah, and a number of other drivers that I'm seeing here through the field. If we jump back over to the Caymans, we've got Frank Schwartz driving the number 24 Porsche Cayman. Schwartz was our pole sitter in B-Spec this year at the National Championship runoffs and had some issues with the car. Actually, most of the Mini drivers had issues with those cars at the runoffs this year.
He is a champion for B-Spec. He has done so much. In fact, as one of the broadcasters for the runoffs, Frank almost personally went and put together a bio of every single driver in the B-Spec class as a binder, a book. He had a photo. He had all these great details of every driver's, not just driving record, but their personal life and all these great details. So as a broadcaster, you could talk about them, had these great things to go on. It was awesome. He has built this class. He's really a great cheerleader for him. And he's got his own racing league that he's put together. I'll give him a little bit of a plug. And it's great. It's kind of a bit more starter level, entry level than maybe what we're putting on as a show here, but it's a great place to go. They run fixed setup races. Go take a look for it. It's the unofficial SCCA or something like that.
Exactly. I think the unofficial SCCA might even be called Super Tour, but a lot of camaraderie there, as Frank is known for, and a lot of good driver training in that group as well.
You can see he's not in his car, but but Frank's a great guy. He will answer every question you have, so he's going to work with a great place if you're interested in getting into this, but you don't think you're ready for the Super Tour. They run the Miatas, they run the Volkswagen, they run I forget the Kia.
The Kia. Yep.
So anyway, all right, so we've got about 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes left to go in the session. DJ Alessandrini. Yeah, absolutely it has. I got to watch this a little more closely here. Alessandrini takes the pole, it looks like, in the Caymans. The Caymans, of course, are the T1 class. Paul Darling, then Tom O'Gorman, then Chow, and then Nick Johnston, who we're looking at right now, or we were looking at right now until he just went poof. And moving over to Moving over to T2 class, the Ford Mustang, Slavonic managed to hold on to a fast lap there and takes the pole by 0.4 of a second over Brian Horowitz in the 21. Danny Richardson, who we were talking about a few moments ago, third fastest, and pretty darn close racing there. He's only 0.2, 199 thousandths off of our pole sitter in the class there. Then we've got Jeff Jacobs and Kyle Chips rounding out the top five. So and all very, very tightly packed. And Danny, we were talking about Mr. Schwartz. Danny Richardson has been hosting an iRacing league for the American sedan and touring class drivers from the SCCA as well, and also has built up a pretty good following, and a lot of drivers putting in a lot of practice here without any other outlets for their mechanical predilections.
So by the way, I don't know if we can see the shots of the going on around the site here. You saw a shot of the turn 1 fencing there at Sebring, and there's a cone hanging in the fence right around the apex of turn 1 that Kyle showed a moment ago, our director. That's actually there, and it's an awesome marker as a driver because that's your apex marker, because you can't see around the wall in the fence, especially in the low slung cars, certainly in when I was driving the Spec Fords or in the Skippies and some of these are Pro Houses and some of the other stuff that are out there. It's a great visual marker to know about where the apex is as you're coming around. So really cool little details they've mapped in here into iRacing.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, during the last session, we were talking about how hard it is to see through a corner at turn 1 because the concrete walls there are so high, and it's really the definition of a blind turn. There we go, get a little bit closer view, and if you look about right at the top of the catch fencing there, you can see the cone. So a great view there.
Yeah. So a couple things also kind of in the big picture of what's going on. Our Skip Barber Formula 2000 qualifying has gone underway. I believe that started at 5:30. So that's happening in parallel while we're about to get going underway here with the gridding and the pace lap here. And then a little while, the practice session for our big bores, our GT1, GT2, GT3s will get going. And then a little while after that, we'll get the qualifying going for the MX-5 Cups. And then we'll have our race on later tonight. So all this stuff is kind of a cadence of they start going and then we bring in the broadcast for the race. In the background, these other things start happening. So kind of a busy day, but it's a whole lot of fun. If you're sitting around watching on a Saturday afternoon, you're listening and watching us, we appreciate it. Hopefully we can entertain you for a little while. And if your name is Mike Cobb, hi Mike. Hopefully
Yes.
you're enjoying this. We're having a good time bringing it to you.
And I've gotten a lot of feedback from Mr. Cobb, who is the president and CEO of Sports Car Club of America, and he has absolutely been enjoying our broadcasts, Larry. So let's not do anything to screw it up.
Don't want to lose our non-paid job.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You can fire us. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't want to say our job is easy, but our job is easy.
Don't look a gift
I don't
horse in
want
the
to give
mouth,
away that
man.
secret. All right, so let's go down. Let's go down a few of these. Let's start actually with the. We'll go to the FR500s first. I think you gave a couple of the running order. Let's go through those couple of again. We said on the pole for the GT500s, and something last week that we didn't see, we're going to see this week. I believe the two-class race. They are going to split the grid a little bit. They're going to start the Porsches, and they're going to have a gap to the Mustangs. And I believe the way we did it in Thursday night's practice race was as soon as the field goes green for the first race, the second field will go green, and they'll probably go green on the back straight. It's going to be interesting, but they won't go green together.
All right, we might have a bit of an accordion effect here as the cars start to roll off. Real quick, we'll look at the weather conditions here. The temperatures have raised up just a little bit. We're approximating what it would be like about 8:15 in the morning here down Central Florida at Sebring, and you can see for the Spec Racer Ford race, the track surface was only at about 99 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually gone up about 15 degrees. Ambient temperature's only gone up a few degrees, less than 10 degrees. So big changes there with the track condition. And of course, the way Sebring is made up, again, 3.74 miles, just about 3 miles of it is asphalt. And then you've got just about 7/10 of a mile, which is made up of concrete surfaces from the old runways.
And sometimes you change the surface from asphalt to concrete in the middle of a braking zone, as you find going into turn 7. It literally, as you're on the brakes, like as you see here where the safety car is coming into, that literally goes from asphalt to concrete. It's brutal. All right. So where's your starting lineup? You want to take this one?
Yeah, we'll take this one. Starting on the front row today, as we mentioned, DJ Alessandrini. Yesterday, his birthday, starts first, and then we've got Paul Darling right next to him. Then we've got Stephen Guglieri and Tom O'Gorman. Then we've got Tony Chow and Nick Johnston, 5th and 6th. Starting 7th, Eric Coutil and James Cathers. And then starting in 9th position, we've got Ido Waxman and Michael Borden. And then starting on the 5th row, we've got Anthony Carbone and Ismail Basso. Brian Cheney and Mike Ogren, who's down Florida way, typically H production driver. Then we've got David Marcus and Grant Vogel starting 15th and 16th. Fabian Binns, Matt Busby starting 17th and 18th. Then we've got Rob DeLuca and Simon Aslin starting 19th and 20th. Then we've got Frank Schwartz, as we mentioned, B-Spec driver. Then we've got Michael Ryan Johnson starting 21st and 22nd. Then we've got J.G. Pasterjack and Donald Manning, 23rd and 24th. And then we've got Dan Bullis, the last of our Porsches. Then we've got on the pole, Paul Silvanic in the Mustang. Then we've got Brian Horowitz and Danny Richardson. Then we've got Jeff Jacobs and Kyle Chipp starting 4th and 5th. Zach Sainz and Robert Long starting 6th and 7th. Then Mark Shrivastava and Ryan Kristoff 8th and 9th. Next, we've got David Sanders starting in 10th with William Collins right next to him in 11th. Then Robert Corzin and Matt Reynolds, E-Production National Champion multiple times, starting 13th. Then we've got David Swig and Dave Fitzgerald out of the Washington, D.C. region, starting 15th. Then we've got Jacob Abrams and Jim O'Day. And actually, a little bit of a switch up here. We got Tiger Tom Patton starting 17th. And then we've got, I think that might be the end of the pack there.
I think it is, yes.
All right, so
let's just see. I think, like I said, the Porsches are going to go green when the safety car pulls in and when DJ sends them off. And I believe because we don't have two safety cars, they are then going to let the Mustangs go green as soon as the field goes green.
Exactly. So Silvanic will be setting the pace there, and he's going to make the decision to go.
They don't have to wait until the front straight.
Exactly. As we have a green flag now, and our front row, that is DJ Alessandrini and Paul Darling.
Oh, he's
make
getting
their way
that's
down to
5
turn
wide
1.
on the front straight.
And it's going to tighten up quite a bit here as they come down into the turn for turn 1. You'll see it goes then 2 and 3 wide. Lots of extra ground there on the outside, but as they head now down into turn 3, it looks like most of our drivers have made it through safely in the first pack. And taking the lead is, I believe, Paul Darling.
There's some contact.
Yeah, it looks like we have one of our Porsches now up on the tire wall. That is Carbone.
Yep. All right, so as our Mustangs have come down the front straight. Good discipline by the Porsches to get from 5 and 6 wide through what I've been calling the concrete funnel, which is that turn 1 into the 2-3 complex. Let's see if the Mustangs have the same discipline. They're already down into a 1 or 2 wide scenario. A little bit 3 wide as they approach, but that's normal. As they make their way through, they're really getting themselves down to this 1 wide. That's a lot better discipline. Here's a smaller field, which helps. Oh, we get some contact there.
Yeah, we got cars that kind of come across the field here, and that looks like was that the Valvoline? Yeah, that was the 30 and
Gorman
in the Valvoline car.
I think he was a bit of a victim of that on the rebound as Johnston came across. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a replay there as he came across. Oh, yeah, so here's Gorman and DJ battling as they head towards, I believe, 7.
Yeah, that's heading in towards the hairpin over at 7, and takes both of our leaders in the class out. That puts Paul Darling in the lead, moves Eric Coutil up to 2nd with Ito Waxman now running in 3rd. But as you can see here, as they come across the field, there was nothing that Alessandrini and O'Gorman could do there, as they had already committed to the turn, and that incident just came directly to them.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because that just took out essentially 3 out of the top 6 right there. So that leaves Paul Darling now leading this field. Now we got battles behind, though, as Borden is kind of leading everybody into 17. Again, this is where there's lots of different lines, depending on how aggressive you want to be on the way in. And a good setup here, these are open setup cars, a good setup will suck up some of these bumps and help you get the power down coming out of it.
All right, we had big changes back in our second field as well. As they come now down onto, it looks like coming onto the Ullman Straight here. William Collins has taken the lead in the GT2 class, or probably in the T2 class, the Ford Mustangs, with Paul Slavonic, who is our pole sitter for the class. He's now sitting back in 4th behind Corzin and Swig, so just off the podium here as these racers now go to complete their second lap.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly how that happened, but again, this track is it's like sometimes, like I mentioned before, it's like walking on glass. It's at times there's one little fine line you can make it through, but if you put it on a curb, you put it a little bit off, you slide a little bit, or if you come around 17, you hit the wrong bump, it's going to send you sideways. It could definitely happen and move you back a couple of spots.
Hey guys, I'm going to jump in here real quick because I noticed something on the race start that it's hard to explain.
I think we're going to go to a bit of a replay here to the race start and check something out.
I think we'll look at the replay at the end of the race and not cut away from the action now, but I think what happened was...
We'll go to that at the end of the race. We're going to see a couple of replays because there's a lot of things that happened on that start we're going to get back to.
Yeah. I'm talking, Larry. I'm not muted.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to let you know that I'm coming through. What I was going to say was that William Combs, I think, started with the Porsche field. So as soon as they went, he went as well. Paul Slavonic and the pole sitter, they were actually behind and didn't go until they came out of 17. So Collins actually accelerated before and kind of gamed that start. The sim will not penalize you because you're going on green with the rest of the field. So he just started better than everybody else. So sorry to interrupt there, but
all right, Kyle, maybe we'll go take a look at that at the end of the race, because that should be pretty damning if it was explained to them exactly how they should be running. Why don't we jump back up to we'll jump back up to the field here of Porsches, and we're looking at James Cathers. He started 8th. He's currently running in 5th in the number 40 car. He's sitting right ahead of Brian Cheney in the 17 as they, speaking of 17, come through the Sunset Bend, turn 17 here at Sebring.
Right on the hairy edge. That grass strip out there is a dangerous edge.
Yeah, there's not a lot of pavement there to go here, as opposed to the exit of turn 1, where there is a lot of runoff. If you turn in early, though, same deal. You end up getting to that grass pretty darn quick as they come through turn 3, now setting up for the quick turn 4 right-hand turn before the sweeper 5.
Here. Yeah, you might see as a little bit of an opportunity. He's been poking around, trying to pressure him a little bit. I don't know though. It's just tough to pass through here. You know, you can make a mistake and get away with it because it's a one-lane line through there.
Yeah, and then the question is whether or not he goes to make the move going into the paperclip there over turn 7, and just not close enough to make it happen. All right, let's move back to that battle for third here in in T2 with the Mustangs. We've got Danny Richardson in the 15 car with Brian Horowitz in the 21 car. You can see right on his tail as they come down the front straight here, all the way drivers right. They're going to set up for the quick entry here into turn 1, and Horowitz, we can see here, looks like he maybe a little less aggressive, got on the brakes a little bit earlier for turn 1 there, and but as they come under braking going into turn 3, a little harder, a little bit later on the brakes, but I think each one of those moves, he continues to lose just a little bit of ground to Danny Richardson. Yeah,
I think so. It's going to be, it's just fun to watch these little cat and mouse games between them as they just try to pressure each other. Here you see Mark Shrivastava and David Swig. As again, he's trying to make this move up the inside. And you can try and outbrake them down here, but now it's a game of who breaks later. And he outbroke himself, so yeah, it's that game. It's like a game of chicken. And the bazooka car just lost there as Swig went a little bit deep, leaving Shrivastava, the man, coming back out there. Ismail Basso trying to, again, taking different lines through 17. There's lots of different ones if you want to try them. That one worked for him. Look at the bouncing, though.
Yeah, we looked at some of the Spec Racer Fords in your race and how softly some of them were set up, and you really have to build a lot of compliance into these cars in order to deal with both turn 17 and also at Le Mans the chicane at turns 15 and 16, bringing you onto the Ullman Straight. That straightaway really it's bookended by corners that really upset the handling of these cars.
Yeah, and they're using a lot of curves, as these kind of touring cars usually do.
All right, looks like Horowitz has gotten around Danny Richardson. This is the battle for fourth currently as they roll out now onto the Ullman Straight, and here's where the draft is going to come into play. And Richardson looking to the inside for a moment as Horowitz tries to get around that slower car, and Richardson, he's got position going into turn 17, but turns in very, very early there. We're going to see if that pushes the car wide on exit, and we'll see if Horowitz can make an over/under here. You can see Richardson really battling with the car there on exit as the rear end steps out.
Yeah, you can see him definitely, like you said, a little bit over/under as you get the move on the entry, but you can't hold it on the exit.
All right, here, and as they come into turn 1, again, Richardson. Yeah, Richardson pushes a little bit wide, and as they come through the little kink at turn 2, setting up for turn 3, Horowitz all the way to the inside, and it looks like he's able to get it done. Again, not a lot of ground there on the exit of turn 3 to attempt an over/under. As Richardson now, I don't know what happened there, other than he got up on the curbing a little bit and might have thrown the car over drivers right into the dirt.
This is definitely our best battle right now.
Yeah.
Right in front of them now.
Yeah, battle for the lead right now.
Collins. So despite Collins having that bit of a jump early, the pace there Slavonic has shown just was able to eat that up. Now we should see Richardson also catching them right behind him.
All right, we're looking at the battle right now for 7th. We've got Brian Cheney right ahead of Brian Cheney. We've got Mike Ogren in the 23 car. Again, Ogren up in Michigan now, but had been living down in South Florida for quite some time. Drives H Production Volkswagens in SCCA Majors and Super Tour Racing. Actually, the last time I saw him race was at the Sebring Super Tour race in January.
One of the Super Tours we actually held. The analog Super Tour.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of that, Larry, I want to real quick. I just want to make a small correction. Last weekend, when we were at the virtual Road Atlanta, I had mentioned that the Road Atlanta Super Tour, which was originally scheduled for the end of March, had been canceled. That is not the case. Actually, it has been rescheduled now, and is at this point tentatively scheduled to take place July 25th and 26th at Road Atlanta. So hopefully we'll be able to get down there and see our friends from the Atlanta region. Definitely looking forward to seeing us down there.
Sure.
And hopefully we'll get that underway. But let's get back to the racing here at Sebring, where we're looking now. And Slavonic has he made up all that ground after the possibly jump start by Collins, and started to move away now. And just about a lap has opened up almost a 2-second gap. But let's look at that battle a little bit further back. It's the battle for third now with Henderson and Richardson. And I'll tell you, even as they're battling, they're starting to make up ground on Collins as well. So Collins might want to look behind him just a little bit as they roll through turn 3 now, make their way over towards turn 4 and 5. And they're going to make the run now here out of turn 6. And as they set up for what's known as the hairpin, everybody calls it the safety clip at this point. Richardson now comes in right under the bumper of Henderson as they make their way out now, make the run out of Fangio down towards turn 10, and both Horowitz and Richardson now all over the back of Collins.
Yeah, and I suspect they'll get by him here, as Collins may have had that early start, but I just don't think he's got the pace of some of these guys.
Yeah, and
the tires going as well as this Mustang eats these tires up, especially at a concrete site in Sebring.
Yeah, and it looks like now that Horowitz is about ready to make the move. I was going to add that Jeff Jacobs in the number 38 car, he's part of that battle as well, and we'll have to see here. You can see he's the trailing car there, and we'll have to see if he can make it around Collins as well. But now side by side, we've got Richardson and Horowitz as they make their way through Le Mans, through the chicane here, turns 15 and 16, coming onto the long Omen Straight, and you can see that these Mustangs kind of eating things up here. They do a pretty good job, maybe a little bit better than the Porsches in soaking things up. But Collins now drops a wheel, impacts the tire wall on the exit of Le Mans, and it looks like his race, and at least that battle for third now, is definitely over.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but the battle's going to continue now. So still now it becomes the battle for second and third. That's going to rage on, and Jeff Jacobs, as you mentioned, is only about a second and a half behind him, and Kyle Chipp's about 2 seconds behind them. So none of this is decided yet. And Jeff Jacobs is out of the Philadelphia region. You know, he is, if you're not familiar with Jeff and his history with the SCCA, of course, he works with the SCCA Foundation. He's the vice chairman of that foundation. So he's a long-standing member of the SCCA and a huge contributor historically. And the SCCA Foundation, of course, trying to preserve the history of our 75 or now 76-year-old club. So great to see Jeff participating in this. He's actually very, very fast on his iRacing rig as well. As you can see him trying to catch these guys. And it looks like he is catching them as Horowitz and Richardson continue to battle. Jacobs is putting himself right in that mix.
Yeah, and he was right there in the battle. You know, he had to check up just a little bit when Collins went wide on the exit of 15. But let's move back over now into the T1 class with the battle now between the 33 car. That is...
That's Johnson, who we had to spin on that first
Nick
lap.
Johnson and Mike Borden now coming down under braking going into turn number 1. That is the battle for ninth in T1. Oh yeah, Ito Waxman, pardon me. With him as they now come down the kink at turn 2 into turn number 3, and then we've got Borden and Binns about 10 car lengths back from there, and they've got a good little battle going as well.
So a couple of good little battles developing there. Where there's not a battle right now is out in the front of the entire field. That's Paul Darling. Once an incident happened there, and he was able to get through cleanly when DJ and Tomo got unfortunately taken out there going into the paperclip there. Darling was able to skate through. Coutil is trying to chase. Unfortunately, Darling is so smooth. I've run a couple races against Paul. He's fast in everything. He's fast in Skippies. He's fast in Caymans. He's fast in Miatas. I have yet to see. In fact, I believe, was the first winner. I could be totally misquoting. I believe he was the first winner of our Spec Racer Ford SCCA challenge, which shows that he can drive anything in the sim. Paul's very, very fast, and he's got a very fast air. Coutil trying to chase him down, doing everything he can. And we saw Coutil speed in the MX-5 race last week. We'll probably see Coutil again in the MX-5 race in a couple of hours tonight. We'll see if he can try and chip Darling right now. There's a little mistake there for Coutil. He was cutting some curbs. He took a 10th out doing that. We'll see if it works. But Darling right now is just kind of put it on cruise control and going to continue to drive along. Third right now is Chow, and he's kind of by himself. Gathers and Vaso. It's still this battle for Johnson and Waxman for 6th. So as we move back into the T2, back to the Mustangs, this battle just continues. In Richardson, Norwitz, these guys are just, I don't think they've been more than a car length apart the whole race.
Yeah, and we can see here as Richardson takes the outside line through turn 1, he drops a wheel, and now side by side under braking, it's the battle of the late breakers. Horowitz and Richardson going into turn 1, but probably into turn 3, but that has allowed our fourth place runner, the number 38 of Jeff Jacobs, to get right back into that battle, and I'll tell you, side by side around Sebring or really any other racetrack, it's not the fast way around. So that is just what Jacobs wants to see.
And Jacobs is loving this. When you see side by side going through here, neither one's going to get a great hook power, get the power down coming out of here. But it's tough to pass, even going up into the next right-hander. It's just not going to be easy as they go up in through, as they head up towards 10. But he's right on their tails now, and if he's been able to save his tires with about 2 laps to go, he might actually be in the best position for this second place spot.
All right, we have a car that has gone around. That is the number 17 of Cheney, yeah, and he's going to back. Oh,
yeah, he was running up at about the. He was running, I think, in the 8th spot.
Yeah, I think he was running in the top. Yeah,
higher,
I know he was in the top 10, but did a lot of damage to the car there, trying to back off. Then we've got the 155 car here. Yeah, and interesting looking at that 155 car, the UMBC Retrievers. I spent a little time in their IT, their computer science department over there.
Yep, he was able to catch him. Didn't quite catch Hal, but he's on his tail now with about, we're going to call it 2 laps to go. There was a slowdown for course.
Yeah, Coutil had to let off just a little bit. Yeah.
So all that work to catch him, and all it takes. So what happens if you're not familiar with iRacing is if you cut a curb a little bit, you just get this little off-course marker. You cut a curb too hard, what they do is they give you a slowdown, and usually it's a 1 second or a 1.5 second. You have to give up that much time. So basically, you just hit the brakes or you get off the gas and you wait. And all that does is give that time. So right now it was 3/10 or 2/10 or on his bumper. Now it's back to
almost a full second.
It was 1.4. Now actually he's made some of that up. He was able to make it up to 17, and now it's about 9/10 as they come down the front straight. So
yeah, and of course there's not a lot of time left here in the race, but you'll notice they're coming right up onto the back of that battle for a second in the T2 class.
Yeah, they're not going to move aside.
No, certainly not. So that might be the opportunity that Coutil needs with not a lot of time and not a lot of laps remaining here in order to get back up into
There's
the
2 cars to watch here. I'd watch Coutil and I'd watch Jeff Jacobs, because Jacobs is going to follow Coutil through this. He's going to let Coutil go, and Jacobs is going to say,
and use the draft, exactly.
Let me see if I can hide behind a Cayman and go right past these other 2 Mustangs.
The question is, does the 155 car get caught out here? And he actually splits the 2 T2 cars, as does Coutil. So Danny Richardson definitely the big loser in the battle here. But look here at the battle for the overall lead here, as Coutil now moves down to, he's moving in.
Position. It's going to be really, really close whether or not this is last lap, because they came across start finish at about 2:20 something, and they've been running about 2:13 or so. So we think they might get one more lap. It's going to be really close.
Yeah. So let's take a look here as the drivers now make their way down through. They make their way through 14.
If you're Eric Coutil, you want one more lap, because I don't know that he's going to get him. He's about 5/10 down, and one more lap means one more chance to catch some more back markers. They're going to get maybe one here, but it looks like that one is going to give a draft to Darling.
Yeah, and Coutil maybe even just a little bit out of the draft as Darling gets right up onto the back of one of the T1 Mustangs. Coutil tries to use, or T2 Mustangs, pardon me. Coutil tries to use that draft as well.
And we're
really down
close.
to 12 seconds. It's going to be very, very close here as they now roll through 17. Yeah, and I think this may be the checker. Yeah, checker is out.
There's
no, they're going to get one more lap.
Oh, here we go. One more for both classes. So we get the battle for second and the battle for the lead of the two classes. Here we go.
All right, so here they come now through turn one. We've got sitting in the lead the number 155 car. That is Paul Darling in the UMBC Retrievers car. And then running in second, Eric Coutil in the number 82 Porsche. Of course, Coutil finished second at the 2017 National Championship runoffs in STL. Has been running grid life. And Coutil loses it on the curbing. Coming out of turn number, as he comes through and out of turn two, damage. Yeah, a lot of damage there. That is unfortunate, but definitely opens things up now for Darling.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like Coutil is done. Coutil does the equivalent of the headbutt into the wall.
So let's jump over. There it is. There's battle for second. So right now, Jacobs, I believe, has gotten by. Yes. Oh, he's still in fourth. Okay.
Yeah, so it is still Horowitz, then Danny Richardson, and then Jeff Jacobs sitting in third. But let's take a look here. Yeah, we still do have Slavonic sitting in the lead. Just wanted to make sure there because I thought we were looking at Jacobs running in third. I thought maybe we had lost our leader here.
About 5 seconds clear of these guys, just to give you an update there. So these guys, there's about, I don't know, half a second covering the three of them. So really, that's all that matters. What you see on screen is the battle for second, third, fourth.
All right, as that battle for second now rolls out of the tower turn, out of turn 13 onto the Flying Fortress straight. They come down here. They're going to make a very quick left-hand turn. That is Bishop, turn 14.
Braking zone is crucial. Crucial.
And as they now get hard on the brakes going into the chicane, into Le Mans, you can see the bright red glow of the brake rotors on Richardson's Mustang here as they come out of the chicane onto the Omen Straight for the very last time. And Richardson overcooks the car and hits the wall. And looks like now it's going to be Horowitz and Jacobs, but Jacobs now about 2 cars. Yeah, it looks like, so there we go. We've got Horowitz now, or probably Paul Darling crossing the stripe, taking the overall win. Let's take a look here now in the battle for second in T2.
Jeff Jacobs, can he get any kind of a run here? Or is Horowitz going to hang on? Horowitz got a good enough run there. So Horowitz looks like he's going to come home in second there with that win going to Paul Slavonic. It's just a very masterful drive by Slavonic. Never really had to put much into contention.
Yeah, I mean, he had to find his way around Jacobs at the start, but once he did that, he definitely had it easy.
He had to get around Collins.
Oh, Collins, pardon me. Yeah, he had to get around Collins on the start there.
One more battle out there is the battle for seventh. This is Corzin and Sanders.
And these are two drivers that know each other very, very well, both in majors racing and from the Washington, D.C. region racing as well.
Great battles.
Yeah, very good battles here at Sebring in our touring car race. So let's go and run things down here. As we said, taking the overall win, Paul Darling. He is your T1 winner. Tony Chow finishing second. Nick Johnson finishing in third. Ito Waxman fourth. Mike Ogren, great run for him today, finishes in fifth. Rob DeLuca sixth. Jake Beamer finishes in seventh. Matt Busby eighth. Jacob Abrams finishes ninth, and JG Pasterjack, really good run for Pasterjack, came from the bottom half of the T1 field. He finishes in 10th. And if we jump now back over to the T2 field, where we have Paul Slavonic, he takes the win. Then we've got Brian Horowitz second, Jeff Jacobs finishing on the last step of the podium. Danny Richardson showing as though he managed, and our leaders had built up such a gap. It looks like Richardson managed to hold on to fourth position there. Then Robert Long finishes in fifth, Zach Sines sixth, Robert Corzin seventh, and David Sanders eighth. That was the battle we had seen there right at the end. Then David Swig finishes in ninth, Kyle Chips finishes in 10th.
Yeah, that was really exciting. We had some great battles. I really thought, okay, DJ and Tom unfortunately had the incident there on the first lap. thought, okay, what's going to happen here? Well, Darling, I thought, okay, he had no challengers. Catil made a great challenge on him, and unfortunately, Catil in that last lap unable to navigate that curb. Otherwise, who knows where he would have finished? But a great race for Darling there. And good battles behind him. I mean, great props there to Ito Waxman to move his way up, end up just off the podium there in fourth. So a good run for him. Tony Chow coming home in second there. Nick Johnson was able to overcome that spin on that first lap and end up on the podium there. And the battle in the T2 and the Mustangs. I mean, for the podium there for Slavonic, of course, but Horowitz, Jacobs, Richardson, that battle there with Horowitz taking second, Jacobs taking third was just awesome.
And here's Kyle, I was going to ask if we could get a replay of the start there. So it wasn't just Johnson that
I actually
made
think
the jump.
That's what they told us in the races. I ran the Thursday night practice. They said as soon as it goes green, the second field can go. They don't have to wait. It's no longer controlled by the pole sitter, but it looks like the front row said, no, we're going to control. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what Tom says. In fact, Tom's going to be our broadcaster for our next race. Tom and I'll cover that at the start because I want to hear what he has to say, because we're going to have another race that's a 3-class field and see how we should be done. I'm sure that'll be clarified at the drivers' meeting for the next race.
All right, so Kyle, maybe we can get any of our podium finishers here maybe in for an interview?
All right, okay. We're going to see who we can get. If not, I know we've definitely got a lot to talk about because the Skip Barber Formula 2000 is our next car. Our next field, it's a single class field, and we had a whole qualifying session to talk about. So if we don't get anybody in here, it's probably plenty of things to talk about. I know that Tomo has been preparing himself because he had a little bit of extra time to get prepared as he ended his race a little bit earlier than expected. But we do have Danny Richardson. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's bring in Danny. Hey, Danny, how you doing today? Sorry to see the way the race ended for you, but still managed to pull out a fourth place finish here today. Danny, we got a copy on you?
Greg, sorry about that, man. What's going on?
No problem. Great run today. You had a great battle with Horowitz through the majority of the race here. Didn't end up, I'm sure, the way you wanted it, coming out of 16 onto the Ullman Straight on the very last lap. But great run today. Why don't you walk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, there's a couple of misbehaviors on the start, but I mean, we ended up running them down. Sorry, and it was just nonstop, nose to tail. He was giving me room, I was giving him room. We made a little contact once, but that was it. I mean, he did a couple amazing moves on me, and I just respected that. And then I pulled a couple on him. But on that last corner, we came through, and he pushed a little bit wide, and I thought I was going to be able to get inside of him, and we could do like a bumper-to-bumper thing, best chance at getting it. But I saw his front wheel make a little bit of an overcorrection. I thought he was going to come back on, so I gave a little bit more steering input on my end. And it turned the back end around. Yeah,
I was going to say, it looked like the rear end just really stepped out on you with that extra correction there. Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible battle to watch. And I'll tell you, Jeff Jacobs, who finished in third, I don't know if he would have been in position for that last spot on the podium if you and Horowitz hadn't put in such a great race there. Again, nose to tail or side by side with you mentioned that you may have touched just once, but it really looked from our point of view here in the box, some very, very tight, close racing and great control over your virtual cars.
Yeah, thanks, man. And, we anyone that says this stuff isn't like real life is lying, because I'm sitting here shaking with the adrenaline pumping and I'm sweating off.
I totally understand that. And Danny, again, that battle that you guys just had that went on for 20 minutes started from the minute it went green. That was intense. I totally get it. And, yeah, you need like a shower. We know what those races, don't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all right, so I guess the only other question I have to ask for you, Danny, before you go, any misgivings about driving a Mustang?
Oh, come on! Don't put the bow tie guy on the spot like that.
All right.
What happened? I got kicked out of the channel.
Oh, no, I was wondering if you had any misgivings about having to drive a Mustang and not a Camaro out here today.
You're not the first person to say that to me, especially since I run the AS and Touring E-Race League that runs on Wednesdays and Sundays. But, this is the closest thing to what I run in real life and the closest thing for a lot of people in the T2 class. And, it's a lot of fun. It's very similar to how I drive the other car. And honestly, it's the best practice for me. And, I miss the track like you wouldn't imagine right now. But this is this is a close set.
There you go. All right. So, again, that was Danny Richardson, finishes 4th today in the T2 class in his Mustang FR 500. Thanks for joining us, Danny. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, cool. That was fun.
All right, so that wraps
Greg.
things up. That wraps things up for our second race of the day, the touring race. Next up is going to be Skip Barber, as Larry mentioned. I'm going to drop out for this race, take a little bit of a break. Tom O'Gorman is going to join Larry in the booth, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments.
All right, thanks, Greg. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. We are back at Sebring International Raceway for our third race of our Hoosier Super Tour at Sebring. And I have a new broadcaster here with me for this afternoon's Skippy race. It is Mr. Tom O'Gorman. Welcome.
Hey, Larry. Happy to be here. Very excited to watch this race. I was able to take part in our Thursday night Fun with Cars race in these cars, and I gotta say, if it's anything like our fun little race we had on Thursday, it was a bunch of these same guys. It's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Last week's race was a lot of fun to watch. It was technical to watch. It was the strategy between the teammates was awesome. But something that's happened a little bit in the last week because of the exploding popularity of this particular car in this race. We had to make a little bit of a change in how we make sure that the top drivers get into this top race. Tell me a little bit about what the qualification criteria ended up being.
Yeah, so with everything going on right now in SCCA eSports, we're very fluid on the formats as we are kind of developing what's going to be in high demand, what's not in high demand, and what's going to be easy and seamless both for us to manage on the back end, but also for our drivers to understand. And part of that is kind of setting expectations and reacting to the feedback that we get and to the response we get. And leading up to last week, we knew the Skip Barber Formula 2000 and the Global MX-5 Cup cars were both going to be very popular. And that was certainly the case. We had certain drivers that didn't make the race, and we were filling those sessions of 40 cars in 2 or 3 minutes. So this week, we've implemented a qualifying process where instead of a 70-minute practice session to get comfortable with the cars, all the drivers have to join a 60-minute open qualifying session and turn lap times. We opened that up to 120 drivers, and then we used a tournament feature that's built into the iRacing service that allows us to narrow that down to the top 40 after combining those 120 drivers into one column, and we just toss them into a race. And that said, we actually had a little bit of drop off for demand in this car this week for whatever reason. Only 42 drivers attempted to qualify for this session, so we went ahead and accepted all 42. We don't know exactly how much demand there will be for MX-5 later, but we hope to, if we can, accommodate everybody. If it's really high, you're going to see a top 40 race, but that's how it's worked.
Okay. Yeah, very cool. I think it was definitely the right move. I think there is going to be a lot of demand, even if it's only 42 instead of 40. I think the demand is going to keep growing. So I'm very happy that it happened. I think there was a lot of folks that I think we had great talent, but this certainly ensures that talent comes through, and now we've got a provision for it to make sure that the best of the best get to play on the broadcast coverage. So it's very cool. And if you don't want to be on the broadcast coverage, there's lots of other races that are going on. I know that you were a big part in putting on the fun night that happened on Tuesday when we played, and then the other fun that was at Watkins Glen with a couple of different cars and time slots, and then we of course did the Thursday on the Sebring track with again a couple of different cars and time slots. That was a lot of fun on both nights. I got a chance to play and just a blast. So I'm glad that that's a lot of opportunity for people to play.
Yeah, and that's the other moving target really is what kind of sessions do you want to be a part of as a participant? If you want to, be pretty casual about it, we have those weeknight sessions that we're pretty much dialing into Tuesday and Thursday nights. We're communicating all of those through our SCCA Discord channel, which there's links to everywhere on SCCA websites and social media links. That's enough for some people, and they may not have realized exactly what the Super Tour sessions were going to be like versus those fun sessions. They may have dipped their toe last week and went, oh, that's not for me, and now they're playing on weeknights. So we may have seen the demand of 60, 70 drivers drop a little bit because people are kind of figuring out what they want out of this, and we're also figuring out what we want and what our drivers want as well.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool. So this race last week at Road Atlanta was amazing. You had huge pack coming. We had a couple of incidents that helped the pack kind of break up and end up with these packs of different battles. You had a front pack of 4 that just took off, and that was this battle of what you had was the Billy Davis, Jason McClintock, and then you had Maloney, and I want to say it was it Johnson?
Tranter?
Tranter. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. It was because he was the other. He was actually the pole sitter last week, and those 4 broke away. And then you had this other pack of about 5 cars that battle it out for 6th place, and that's how these things go. These cars just don't get away from each other very well, but once they do, the draft is broken. I think we're going to see some of that. The difference with this track, I think it's more technical because of the way these S's are and the way the bumps are. What's your thought? You've driven this track in analog, you've driven this track in digital. Do you kind of feel the same way potentially this is a bit more driver technical than Atlanta was?
Certainly, and we also have a different situation in Road Atlanta has one long straightaway where it's kind of one big obvious passing zone, and yes, there's kind of opportunity to pass in a multiple other places, but as far as a draft run, braking zone corner goes, that's really the only opportunity at Road Atlanta. Now, here at Sebring, we don't have nearly as long as straightaways, so the draft is actually playing into effect more of the lap, but there are fewer of those big long straightaways where there's one obvious passing zone. We have kind of two, down into turn number 7 and down into turn number 17 really are the two obvious long runs down into a basic corner, but I think you're going to see a lot of teamwork. What's cool is we've seen guys actually joining as teams with team liveries. You and your son do it in Spec Racer Ford too, but also at some point team has to go out and you figure out who your guy is to work with. Whether you're a lone player or whether the race has just worked out that you got to pick a guy to work with and now he's your guy. So these races are sometimes completely unpredictable, even though you try to come in with a strategy.
Yeah, and I think it pays, especially in these kind of cars that draft so well together. It does pay to have a draft buddy. And if you look at the standings right now, Jeremiah McClintock, Billy Davis, again, are sitting 3rd and 4th. You just saw them on screen a minute ago. If the coverage was going out, they are working together. And they're doing the same thing that my son and I did in Spec Fords. Car leads, controls the pace, the gap. The trailing car is going as fast as it can. When you get to the back straight, the Ullman straight, the trailing car is getting as good a draft as it can. The lead car pulls over, lets the trailing car go by through 17, and now it becomes the towing car on the next lap. And you do this swapping during qualifying, and it helps. And we practiced it, and I'm watching now as some of these teammates working together to practice that. It's a great strategy.
And the other aspect to that, look at the times right now. We have Zach Rivard on pole by 1 full second, and that is the perfect depiction that Sebring International Raceway is much more technical to work together as a drafting partner to get raw lap times. You know, at Road Atlanta, you can kind of park yourself 2 seconds back, you camp there to the back straight, all of a sudden you're up underneath the guy, you drive by. Here, that's so much harder to pull off, and you have super fast drivers like Justin Hilly, Kenton Cook, the King brothers outside the top 10 because they just weren't able to put it together in qualifying.
Yeah, and at that point, they're just hoping for enough position, and hopefully when they come down into one, that it's not a complete mess. So I know you're going to go off into a driver's meeting. Why don't you go take care of that? Jump back in here when you can. So I'm going to run down our order of their grid. So as Tom mentioned, on our pole position is Zach Rivard. He runs, actually in the analog world, he runs a Formula F. He's got one of those Honda Fit powered Formula Fs. He's going to here driving one of these Skip Barber Formula 2000s. He's on our pole. He'll be alongside Dylan Christie. The second row, teammates Jeremiah McClintock in 3rd, Billy Davis, last week's winner in this field at Atlanta. He'll be starting in 4th this week. Next row, Miles Gilsinger and Richard Spicer. On the 4th row, it's going to be Nicholas Johnston and Miles Crabb. On the 5th row, it ran really well at Summit Point 2 weeks ago, is Evan Rackison, and he'll be alongside Justin Hilly for that 5th row. On the 6th row, Kenton Cook, very fast road racer there. He'll be alongside Brian Farnham on the 6th row. The 7th row, again, maybe some teammates working together. These are the Kings, Max King and Jake King, working together on the 7th row. On the 8th row, we're doing standing start this race. We're not doing behind the safety car. So off we go.
There we go. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part assembling the session, actually, but here we go.
We can do this on the fly. All right, standing start just means they don't get as big of a run down the front straight. That's okay. And they're going to have to sort this out. As they go about 5 wide through 1, the leaders are funneling down as they need to do. A little bit of stepping sideways there for Rivard. These tires are cold for these cars. No chance for a warm-up laps, and that's what these guys were counting on. They're not going to get it. Now, how do they do it? Oh, we've got a car off. That was Billy, last week's winner, making contact there. We got a car flipping as well.
Oh, no, and it just funnels down so narrow here. There's nowhere to go for all these guys coming through. It looks like there's at least 5 cars stationary, half the field still trying to avoid it as they tumble now into turn number 5. That was a lot cleaner than it could have been with that car flying through the air, but a couple of drivers caught out, and really unfortunate. I apologize to these drivers as an organizer that we weren't able to give them that warm-up lap, but it looks like the 32 of Zach Rivard did get a clean start away.
He did. He was able to, a little bit of sidestepping going through 1, but he's able to recover. And so now Rivard, Christie, McClintock, 1, 2, 3. McClintock's already about 7/10 back, but that is you can make that up as long as you can stay within that 1 second of draft. But otherwise, that pack, you can see that 5 of them or 6 of them there drafting behind the 2 leaders. Doing this side by side is not going to help anybody.
No, that's a bad call between these two, Rackison and the Elf car on the outside. And then look in the background, the big pink looming shadow there. That's Kenton Cook up from 11th to 7th, and with the top group. So all of these guys are going to be reeling from that a little bit. Some of them may have been broken up from their teammate that they wanted to be working with, and they're going to have to readjust. As we have a pass for the lead, Dylan Christie goes by Zach Rivard through turn 14 into turn 15, and they're going to swap leads onto the back straight.
Right, so that would help McClintock a little bit there because he doesn't have his drafting partner anymore. He needs those two guys up front to sort of dice it up a little bit and help him to catch up. And he needs this group behind him to fall away as they go side by side onto the Ulman Straight. And at least one of them, two of them have gone grass left. That's going to lose them behind. This should make this a 3-horse race out in front with a battle for fourth now going to wage on with 4 of them. McClintock just needs to stay in the draft zone behind those leaders, and we are down to a 3-horse race going into 17 on the first lap.
Yep, these three have the perfect opportunity to work together and drive away from the rest of the field. Johnston, Cook, Spicer, Rackerson are within striking distance if they take a couple corners side by side, but those guys are pretty experienced. I don't expect to see them make mistakes from the front. And look at Kenton Cook now up into the 5th position after that huge slide. And these cars move around so much on the opening laps because of the treaded tires and because of the tire temp. We have a pass for 5th. Kenton Cook, it's tight with the 46.
Oh, it's not going to hold.
And Cook's wide.
Nice recovery, but yeah, a little bit of dirt on those tires. Was able to keep back in line. That is a tough save. Tough save for him, but.
And we'll see these cars get faster and faster all the way up till about lap 7 or 8. It's only a 20-minute race at well over 2 minutes a lap, so these cars will just get fastest all the way to the end of the race. You see from the cockpit, the distance isn't too bad, and these cars will draft all the way back to about 2 seconds. So these front groups have to nail this, and we talked about in qualifying just how hard it is to nail that kind of drafting, working together aspect of this.
It is. It takes discipline, doesn't it? Because you think, oh, hey, I'm getting a draft. Let me just pass this guy. But you actually just have to lift. It takes discipline to do that and to know that you're really faster lifting than you are staying full throttle.
And the challenge here at Sebring is the straights are not super long, but there are a lot of them that are just long enough that you're going to have to swap positions multiple times a lap to really make it work versus looking back. Whoa, huge slide from the lead. Christie still getting those tires warm, and we had some contact at the back. Rackerson is out of it in the 46 along with the 3 car maybe.
Yep, Johnston.
Johnston, more dramas. He had trouble in the touring car race. I know, I was there, and then troubles in this one too. His fault this time.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's still tires are warming up, and he just probably somebody outbrakes himself a little bit because you go a little faster in a draft and you got to brake earlier. Look at this top 3 breaking away.
Yeah, that was what they needed. They were on the limit of not being able to break away, and I think that little moment sealed the deal. So Christie, Rivard, and McClintock are at the front in that flying formation.
Now this second pack, though, with Spicer, Cook, Hilly, those are 3 very capable drivers, and I know you've run with those guys in various leagues. Tell me about their skills. Do you think they're also wise enough to work together? I don't know if they're chatting together, but you think they're smart enough to try and make up ground on the top 3?
Well, I know they're not all talking together, but I think they are going to do their best to work together. And we were just mentioning because of how challenging it can be to work together here, you're kind of one slip up away from bringing this back together. So Kenton Cook is actually still within touch of the draft of Christie now, who's in 3rd, I should say. They're just on the verge of 2 seconds apart. And again, it's just one hiccup, and they're going to be glued back together. 6-way battle for the lead.
About 1.2, 1.3?
No, it'll reach back further than that.
Okay.
It'll be closer to 2 seconds even. And the challenging part, though, is the guys at the front also have that draft. So it may not actually help bring them up to it, but it's keeping them there.
Yep.
This is what they don't want to be doing, side by side through turn 3, and that's going to be Spicer getting up in front of Hilly. So Kenton Cook in the pink car, Spicer in the white car, and then Hilly in the Mountain Dew car, trading positions when they maybe shouldn't be.
But in a way, Cook needs Spicer. He needs Hilly because they need to be leapfrogging. They need to be doing that to make up ground on the back straight to actually be able to claw closer to the top 3.
More
Otherwise,
trouble
they'll
at the
never
back.
catch him.
Yeah, more trouble at the back in turn 5. That looks like they came together on the brakes down into turn 3, and you see how narrow it gets coming into there. Actually, it's a car on the inside. The 27 gets into the 40 of Davis.
The other Davis
then,
now involved with that one with John Vogel and Troy Davis.
So back at the front, McClintock, Rivard, and Christie doing a good job now. You saw, actually, McClintock was third place down the back straight between 16 and 17 on Sunset last lap, and now he's up in the lead. So these guys actually have a little bit of a rhythm worked out, and they can take their time to feel that rhythm out because they're not under extreme pressure from the back. 2 flying formations of 3 cars trying to get their rhythm.
And then another pack behind them of about 4 cars. So it's a 3-3-4 formations. And now I think they're all still figuring this out, that if you stay in these formations, you got a shot. Otherwise, all you do is, you might think, well, I'm just going to fight with the guy in front of me. What's the difference? Well, the problem is you invite the field behind you to catch you.
And that's okay with maybe 5 minutes to go, but 13 minutes to go is a long time to rally and bring that gap back. Now, you see up ahead just a little bit, Max King is kind of by himself. So he's the one that's going to struggle more than anything. He's likely to get run down by this pack behind him, starting with, are they brothers or father-son? I don't actually know. With Jake King behind him. Those 2 cars in the middle of the frame there. So the 139 in no man's land, now the 39 under attack by Andrew Abbott. The 25 is going to come up the inside and easily get by on the brakes. These cars are so hairy coming down into 17 over under.
It's no contact. That's good, but they slide around so much, as you know. Oh, a little contact again.
Yeah, quite a bit of rear brake bias as well. So the car kind of backs itself into the corner. A little bit of damage on the back of the 25. That wing crumpled up just a little bit, and they're still side by side going into 1.
So that is one of the adjustments. A couple of things you're allowed to do to these cars, folks to know. You can change the front ride height, which helps change the rake of the car. Also helps change the front camber. You can add camber the lower you go. You can change the rear sway bar, and you can change tire pressures. Everybody pretty much all runs the tire pressure as low as you can go. But you can change the brake bias. That's the one a lot of people vary depending on what they're comfortable with. I've seen the real fast guys, I don't know if you do this or not, but run as low as a 52%, which means you're basically running so much rear brakes that one little bit of turn in and the back end snaps, but in a straight line it stops on a dime.
And you even have the opportunity to adjust that through the race as the car is really loose at the start, and then you kind of dial that back. Side by side for the lead, that is 21, and that's Rivard and McClintock. And I don't think that was coordinated. I think that was an awkward moment between them down in 7.
I wonder if McClintock just didn't get a good run off of there, and Rivard said, well, I got to take it now and just get around him. Otherwise, we're going to let the next group behind us. Because you can see the pack behind them is still 1.2 behind them. They got to keep hustling. Yeah.
They're gaining. You know, those 4th, 5th, and 6th, they were 2.3 back from the leader. Now they're 1.7.
This is something we did not see last week. Once that front pack checked out, they were gone. No offense to those guys last week, but I don't think we had the level of a Kenton Cook, a Justin Hilly, and a Richard Spicer talent level in that group. No offense to the guys last week, but I've run with these guys, and I know that Cook and Spicer and Hilly are top level, and they are working together. They are going to be on their marks, and this race has still got 11 minutes to go. And this.
I think we also had an incident in the top 10, the bottom half of the top 10, that might have broken the field up a little bit early in that race, if I remember from spectating. So this race hasn't had that at the front. The incident at the beginning of the race was a little further back in the race, so or in the field, I should say. So these guys all at the top 10. You know, Kenton Cook qualified outside the top 10. Here he is in 4th. So that just tells you the quality of drivers all the way through the top 10 and 15 of the Skip Barber race.
Yes. Very, very talented drivers. And again, the qualification, that extra round of qualifying ensured that we have that level. And then you get into the actual race. And of course, unfortunately, with a couple of guys getting knocked out early, it didn't seem to take out. I know Billy Davis didn't get to run in this, but I'm looking at this going, it's fine. I've got plenty of talent, and I'm just fascinated now to see, can this second pack of 3 get on the tail of the front pack? Can we make this a 6-horse race? They're so
Honestly,
close.
They're so close. I think they're going to be pretty much there after one more exchange from this group of leaders. That's the 34 of Christie, then McClintock and Rivard at the front. Cook, Spicer, and Hilly running 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
They're 8/10.
They're there. They're there.
This is crazy. So now you've got a 6-horse race. So if you're Cook, Hilly, and Spicer, you've done your job. You've done exactly what 3 laps ago you needed to do. Now what do you do?
Well, I think this is going to take a very different shape because Kenton Cook has had the pace where they're not even swapping positions, and the leaders have gotten themselves into a position where they're kind of swapping positions, and they kind of have a rhythm through the lap. Clearly, the 37 car of Kenton Cook has the pace to just run these lap times, and that's what's allowed not only him but Spicer and Hilly to get back up towards the front. But now that raw pace isn't as big a deal. He's got a race with 5 cars around him, and as soon as these cars start to fan out, they've got a huge gap back to Max King in the 139. They're going to have plenty of opportunity to work this out amongst themselves as we are just under 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, Max hasn't been yet caught by that pack of 4 cars that are chasing him. That's 5 cars even. But I think it's coming soon. That could be that pack behind him is still dicing, and that's what's slowing them down a little bit. But this front pack of 6, and this is that pack of 5 cars back. But this front pack here, okay, so let's say you are Spicer. You're sitting 5th out of the 6 groups. You've done your job. You've patience. You're sitting there looking at this going, all right, there's 8 minutes, 8:20 something to go. You've got, we'll call 3 or 4 laps, we'll call it, left to go. You've got to move up if you want to win this race. You can't jump 4 cars on 1 lap.
Honestly, there's no strategy with 6 cars in your frame. Those guys are all just going to be trying to get to the front as fast as they possibly can and stay there, because none of this is predictable anymore. If you're in a pack of 2, even a pack of 3, you can kind of predict what's going to happen, but that opportunity is completely gone as Kenton Cook now lunges up the inside into turn number 17. He dropped the tires in the grass coming into 14. You saw him drive off track. Get high center on the curve, but he rallied from it, comes back now up into the 3rd spot, and Zach Rivard has dropped into the 4th spot. Let's see if Spicer and Hilly can maybe get a run, but no, it's Rivard coming back on Cook up to the outside. We're side by side for the lead as well.
Yeah, this is where they all start going, all right, we'll go side by side through 1. No, okay, they're going to be smart at least and know that we're not going to take each other out in 1.
Oh, McClintock trying to come over under. Cook is going to go with him. Now maybe almost 3 wide down into 3. Oh, there's contact. He's going to go around. McClintock's going to go with him. Oh, man. And both drivers apologizing to each other on the mic already. But that's going to put Kenton Cook right into the front. And Cook pressured that into that situation. He was the one that said, I'm going to try this. And he may not have even gone for the position truly, but he filled the mirrors, pressured McClintock in just the wrong way.
He did. He made sure that happened, and now he's turned it into a 4-horse race. And one of those horses is Rivard, who's filling Kenton's mirrors himself.
And look at Spicer on the brakes all over the place, getting the 35 car woed up for turn number 7, but it's now Rivard coming back on the outside of Cook, running up to turn number 10.
Yeah, this is amazing. So now, okay, so now we've gone from 6 to 4, cut the field down a little bit because of some pressure. Now the pressure's a little bit different. You got Rivard in there, you got Spicer in there, and Hilly is just sitting back going, hey, if I keep this up, maybe this will be a 2-horse race.
Yeah, and Spicer and Hilly haven't had the pace to run with Kenton even in his draft, or they just camped there, one of the two. But those two are going to have a harder time if they don't have the speed in the car nearly that the top 2 have. Obviously, Rivard had plenty of pace in qualifying, was on pole by a second, and Cook maybe didn't have a drafting partner or something. He might have even run the lap time in qualifying by himself just to get 11th, and then races his way up to the front. But you see them spreading out even just a little bit after a couple corners.
Great chopper view here as we go through what is this, 14, 15, through the Le Mans section here.
Yeah, up through 16 and onto the back straight. So hard to see. It's so flat.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You feel like you're looking up and over the curbs. Even though it's a flat track, the curbs look tall to you when you're in these low cars like this. By the way, I got to say, Zach Rivard's helmet looks like a giant smiley face.
It looks like a Lego man driving that car. It's cracking me up.
Yes, it does.
Look at that. Kenton Cook's going to try to give it to him, goes wide. Nope, not going to give it to him. He's deep on the brakes and trying to swing around the outside. 5 minutes to go, so we're going to have probably, we might even get a white flag next time. So I'm going to guess probably 2 laps as we cross this time.
They're running 225s. We might get 3 at 225. We might get 3, but look at this, 3 wide down the front straight with Hilly just sitting back.
Yeah, Spicer coming up to the lead now, looking racy around the outside of turn number 1. Somehow still the pink car, Kenton Cook, is at the front.
Wasn't Rivard in the lead about 2 quarters ago?
Yeah, it changed that fast. Hilly went with him, so we have a totally different top 3. The guys that were running 4th, 5th, and 6th were patient, and funnily enough, Kenton Cook runs a bright pink car so that he gets seen. He got seen, and that's what got him up to the front. And now this is the battle back with Johnston leading the way over Jake King, Andrew Abbott, and Davis, who those 2 have had some issues. Or one of the Davises at least had an issue. I don't think it was that Davis, as he's still running up in 7th place.
Yeah, we got Troy, we got Billy, and we got a Jonathan Davis all running in the same race here, so we'll have to go first names on this one. But look at this battle. Whoa. It's just so much fun to chuck the car into and plant that back end to get this run up towards 10. Such a fun car at this track.
They fanned out a little bit, but they're going to go single file down into turn number 10. A little bit of a run for Spicer off of 10. That looks good. He might be able to pull up to the back of Kenton Cook, but I don't think they're going to get into turn number 13 side by side. No, they're going to stay single file. And this corner gets a lot of grip up to the apex, but then it gets super loose off, and it's really easy to dip tires there, and you're going to lose just enough time. This is another one of those straightaways that we were talking about that's just long enough to utilize the draft, but it almost hurts you because it's so hard to do anything with it.
Yep. Yeah, all you can do is get close, and then you can't see your braking point because you're up under somebody's rear wing.
Exactly, and look at those cars just flat sliding across the surface. Treaded tires are so much fun on these little open wheel cars, and the wings don't really even do anything other than help create a draft for the guy behind you.
I've heard people say they've gotten into the sim, they run this car, and say, man, Skippy, that car will just want to kill you. I love this thing because after about 2 laps, the tires heat up. It's just so much fun to throw it around and slide it. That was interesting.
Here comes Rivard up the inside of Hilly.
They're going to go side by side into 17. We should have 2 to go. We got 3 minutes left, 2 laps left. What's your pick? We got 4 cars. Who's coming out? Who's the race?
I have no idea. I know that the 37 is going to fight tooth and nail at the front for this one, and he looks like he's got the pace to defend pretty much any attack that he gets. So Rivard pops to the inside on Spicer. No overlap between those cars, so it's an aggressive move, and he might actually run a little bit wide. That's going to give Hilly a chance to come through. So Rivard made the attack into 17. He's going to lose the position now down into turn 3. But you also saw, like you mentioned, Cook breaking the draft down the back straight, trying to weave around, and Spicer wasn't wanting to play that game just now, but if it's the last lap, I bet he does.
Yeah, so I was going to say that the name I usually look at when you get 2 laps to go is the name you've probably said the least, and that's Spicer. Because we've been talking about Rivard and Cook. Spicer's sitting right in the middle of them, and I've raced against Spicer, and you have too. He's very calculated. He will wait for his moment. He's been watching the back of these guys. He's going to pop out at some point. He might even wait on this lap and sit here behind Kenton and wait until they're coming down the home straight on the home straight of the last lap and try it then.
Yeah, if you're Richard Spicer in second place, the 35 car, you don't want to pop on this lap. We're taking a look back at the 3 of Johnston and the Elf livery, the throwback to the real cars of the 70s, and then Abbott, Davis, King, all flying formation for 6. So these guys not even battling for the top 5, and it's still this tight. Looks like Davis has made up 1 spot on King, and King was actually up in front of Abbott as well. So those guys have both come through to pick up a couple of positions. All right, so at the front, like I was talking about, if you're Richard Spicer, you don't want to make the pass on this lap. You need to wait 1 more lap because this is coming to the white flag. But if you're Justin Hilly or Zach Rivard, this is the lap that you have to make something happen because coming from third, exactly, you don't want to be in 3rd or 4th unless those guys get so side by side that it just turns into chaos.
Well, but if you are Spicer, you got to be watching your mirrors and make sure you're protecting.
All the track and more outside onto the back straight down into Sunset for the second to last time, and Kenton Cook fully defending all the way under the white line. 3 wide now.
He's protecting second. And Rivard's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, Ken Rivard actually might be able to make up 1 spot with that one. Hilly got to the outside and couldn't go anywhere with it. Look how wide Spicer is, though. It's a mistake. I don't know that he's going to be able to make salvage it just enough.
And he's got the line.
Rivard is going to get by both of them with this draft.
But he's got the line if you're Spicer. He's on that inside.
And Kenton Cook somehow has created a race behind him. I don't know that he even did it intentionally.
Oh, that was tight.
So close. You see the cars completely sliding around on the bumps. Cook now in the front. Rivard, Spicer, Hilly. That's the flying formation now down side by side into 3. Nope. Hilly thinks better of it, and he's the one that's not in the best position right now. Rivard is the guy that I'm watching at this point. If he can come onto the back straight out of 16 into 17 as the second place car, he's got the best chance at this one.
Right. So Spicer's got to make a move probably at 7 right here or at 10 to then have a shot on the Ulman straight. But Rivard's going to go now? He shouldn't. Yeah, he's going to back out.
And Cook getting all the way to the inside line on all of these straightaways where someone could be drafting him. So he's putting himself not only in a position that's kind of awkward to get to and you don't want to be for the corner going ahead, but he's completely breaking the draft of the guys behind. Mm-hmm. Those guys are okay with it because this isn't the point where they want to be passing anyway. But I can tell you that Cook's going to make that 37 so hard to pass.
He's taking a lot of awkward lines. I think you're right. He's just trying to break the rhythm up. Just trying to make these guys get out of their marks, right? To make them do awkward things instead of just following in line, hit the same marks. He's taking awkward lines saying, all right, guys, where am I going to go? You have to follow me now.
my heart rate's starting to go up. We're under 10 corners to go in this one. It's been a 20-minute chess match up to this point. Rivard popping a little bit, showing the nose of that yellow 32 just to make sure that he's got Kenton Cook's attention. And Cook is actually even doing everything in his power to make sure that Rivard goes by him early. Maybe. Either that or he's trying to park him. He's going to try to make sure that he has as little momentum as possible through turn 16 onto the back straight, and there's the run.
Is he going to run?
Oh, we got a huge run.
Oh my gosh. Look at this run.
Huge run too. Look at this. 3 wide already on the back straight. Watch what Hilly does. Look at that green car in the back where they're so close.
Spicer got the double draft. And he's got to block Cook behind him, but who's going to come out? It's any one of these 4.
Cook all the way up the inside on all 3 of them. Rivard and Cook side by side. They touch at the apex. Spicer is now going to go through. Where did Justin Hilly end up? Does he have a run?
It's going to be Hilly, Spicer?
I think he's got it.
Hilly?
Spicer comes through for the win, and Skip Barber.
Oh.
Rivard second. No, Hilly second at the line.
It's Abbott and King for, I believe this is for 6th, with King coming out there. Oh, Abbott just ahead of King there. And the other Abbott, a big touch there, and that's Paul Robinson. Gonna go cross start finish on the wall. Man. Paul Nato making his presence felt going across start finish. And now down the Ullman straight, we got another battle. This is one of the Whitsons, Andrew Whitson.
I think he might have been tied up in that first lap incident to be back so far. But man.
And Troy Davis. But wow, what a battle at the front there. Unfortunate little contact there with Rivard and Cook. But yeah, we're going to catch a little bit of a replay here as Kyle, the director, cues this up. But we're going to, so here we go. So you saw them. We're going to back this up just a little bit. Here we go. Into the 17. They go 3 wide with Rivard on the inside. Cook tries to make a move on the inside, just not enough room. I think he slid a little bit wide, catches a little bit of Rivard, leaving Spicer with probably the ideal line to get to the finish.
Yeah, you call whatever crystal ball you got over there. That was a good call. And there was just no way that Kenton Cook was slowing that car down for that corner. The idea was good, but the physics didn't agree with him. And Justin Hilly was super close. If he'd have been able to get off that corner a little bit better. Here's a look at it from Hilly's perspective, and he knows at this point that Kenton Cook and Zach Rivard are wrecking, and he's trying to get through the middle of this corner as fast as he possibly can. But that run around the outside, that I don't know that that Spicer would have picked that outside run, but that allowed him to have the momentum onto the front straightaway as these guys didn't even cross side by side. What an incredible battle!
Oh, Kenton made that move. It was either going to be a hero or zero. He ended up 4th, but wow, I mean, he had a move. You're right, physics just didn't agree, but it was so close.
Good stuff.
And then here's the battle of Paul Robinson. This is Robinson, and this is one of the Abbotts. I forget who that is. The 27 of John Vogel. As Paul Robinson rides that left side front straight wall all the way down. He finished.
A nice advertisement for the freshened up damage models that iRacing's put on these.
Yes.
After the finish there. But that was awesome stuff. That was a ton of fun. I'm glad I drew the straw on announcing this one with you, Larry, because that was tons of fun to watch.
You definitely picked a good one. That was a lot of fun. Wow. I love watching these things race. I love racing these things. But congratulations on our winner for the Sebring Hoosier Super Tour here in the Skip Barber Formula 2000s, Richard Spicer. Great win there in a 4-car battle, just ahead of Justin Hilly, Jack Rivard, Kenton Cook, rounding out the top 5, Nick Johnston, and then Andrew Abbott, Max King. In 7th, Jake King. In 8th, Miles Crabb in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Jonathan Davis. And what a battle. Unbelievable fight there. So much fun to watch. And these guys are going to continue it next week when we go to VIR. Just amazing. And VIR's got more drafting. It's going to be more technical even. It's just, after watching this year's or just this past runoffs at VIR with the Formula V's, these cars race just like that. I can't wait for next week already. Can we just go to VIR right now and just go to the next race? Oh wait, that's right. We got big more coming up. And Kenton Cook. Kenton, what a battle. We saw you move up from your starting position back, I think it was just around 10th or just outside the top 10. All of a sudden, you worked together with Richard Spicer with that pack of 3 to catch the front 3, and suddenly you find yourself in the lead. Then you're out of the lead, you're in the lead. walk me through the last 3 or 4 corners and tell me what's going through your mind when you needed to try and make a move.
Well, I mean, being in these Skippy races, it's like you either want to lead in those packs, because the thing is then at like those last couple guys are wanting to be in the second place position to be able to position themselves for that last lap to take the fight down the back straightaway. So all those guys are typically duking with each other, and on the last lap some people get desperate trying to get to second place to set themselves up, and it can sometimes let the leader get away, and I was trying to bank off that, and unfortunately they weren't able to, and then by that point I was like, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to try to park him on the final corner, and I tried parking Zach there in the final corner, but I just didn't slow down enough. He gave a big enough gap to get the run, and that allowed the two guys to get that run. And I was like, well, I mean, I'm not going to go down without a fight, right? So
what's the famous quote? If you don't go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver.
Yeah,
You went for the gap.
Yeah, I was predicting him to to do what he did, and there was a space there, but I just the second I got sideways in the brake zone, was the second I stopped slowing down. So it's like you just got to get the car straight to be able to get the car slowed down, and when I went to the brakes to get it slowed down, I got sideways, and then that was the end of that. So but it was good fun. That was super fun. I mean, I wish I had a little bit more time to qualify better, but it was totally fine. I just had dinner, so I was like, I'm gonna at least hop in here. It was good fun though.
You gonna come back and run this Skippy race next week at VIR too?
I mean, sure. It's I love these cars, and they race mega, and I mean, it's just one of those things where, depending on the night, whenever if I'm doing stuff with the wife or not, I'll jump on for sure. But I gotta keep the wife happy.
Of course, as always, got to keep the families happy. Hopefully she's up for it, and hopefully she either just watched or she'll watch the replay of what you just put on as a great show. Great coming up in fourth. That was a lot of fun. We appreciate the display of great craftsmanship in that race. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good job. All right, so that was a lot of fun. Tomo's left us. He's going to go jump into our big bore race and do a little bit of racing, and we've got Greg Ginsburg back. I think we're going to take a quick short break. We're going to jump into that, so I can take a bit of a break. We'll come right back into qualifying for the big bore, GT1, GT2, GT3, just after this.
And we're back here at Sebring, and I'm back in the booth. I want to thank Tom O'Gorman for filling in for me as I went to grab a little bit of dinner, and we'll have Larry McLeod here back in a second. Next group up is going to be Big Bore. This is going to be a 3-class race. Going to have GT1, GT2, and GT3. The GT1 cars are made up of the Cadillac CTS-V Rs. GT2 are going to be the Porsche 911s, and GT3 the Audi TCR cars. And as I look at it right now, we've got it looks like we've got somewhere north of 40 cars, actually probably closer to 50 cars in the session here, and should be a pretty good battle here. And right now sitting up at the top of the order is Chris DeShong in the number 41 Cadillac. Michael Leader, second fastest. Lawrence Loshak, who has been running quite a bit of Trans Am of late and is a SCCA national champion in his own right. He is your third fastest of the GT1 cars. Sitting in GT2, the Porsche 911s, we've got DJ Alessandrini, who we saw a little bit earlier. Did not have the best of luck in the Porsche Cayman, not by his own doing. He is currently the fastest driver in the GT2 Porsches. In the number 32 car, Paul Darling, the second fastest. Sean Volandia, Caleb Patry. So all drivers that we've seen throughout the evening here. And then as we go and we look at the Audi TCRs, currently Andrew Pilata, fastest car in qualifying. Kyle Herbst is your second fastest car in qualifying. Elias Roman, who had a very good run last night in the Washington, D.C. region. Mars Series from Lime Rock, he is currently your third fastest driver. Then we've got Eric Gutiel and Tom O'Gorman, who we just heard from at the finish of that amazing Formula 2000 race. He is going to be running one of the TCR Audis as well, of course, a car that he knows very well, having spent a year in Michelin Pilot Cup racing in the Audi before moving over to the Honda TCR cars. Let's see. Still waiting on Larry Lefty McLeod. A couple other big notes last week at Road Atlanta for this group. Oh, hey, Larry. I was just going to get to the point, talk about our overall winner from Road Atlanta last week. We had a little bit of a mix-up last week and actually had the Porsches, the GT2 cars, start ahead of the GT1 cars, and it caused some issues on the first lap for the GT1 cars. We had a pretty big coming together at the top of turn 3 at the top of the S's at Road Atlanta. But the big beneficiary of that change was Tyler Maxson, who ran flag to flag, and I think he ended up winning the race overall by almost 5 seconds. So we'll see if he can repeat. Right now, he is sitting, I believe he's sitting 5th fastest in class in the Porsche 911, so not quite at that pace. He was your pole sitter last week for the class in the number 8 car. Another driver I wanted to point out, and we kind of joked about it actually the past 2 weeks versus some point last week at Road Atlanta. Driving the number 25 GT1 car, that is Andy DeLay, and he's driving the Burning Rubber Racing Report Cadillac. At least I think it's still the Burning Rubber. There it is. I believe it was black and a little harder to read last week. We kind of joked about his pace because he started fairly far back in the field. He actually started 37th overall last week at Road Atlanta.
He survived, yeah.
Yeah, well, he not only survived, he finished 5th overall. Yep. So he probably picked up the virtual hard charger award in that Cadillac. Now we're looking at Eric Coutil, who we saw a little bit earlier, put on a good run in the Porsches a little bit, in the Caymans just a little bit earlier today. I was watching practice while you all were calling the Formula 2000 race, the Skip Barber cars, and saw he and DJ Alessandrini on track. They're not running in the same class this week. Alessandrini is in one of the GT2 cars, and of course Coutil in one of the GT3 cars, and they were having a little fun in practice and got into each other and sent both cars flying across the flying from side to side, and I think DJ probably did around 6 flips in the air. It was actually a pretty cool to watch.
Well, this is going to be an interesting mix between these cars because I think we saw a little bit of it in the touring race between the Caymans and the Mustangs. Is picking your spot to pass when they start to come together. I think the speed delta here between the Audis and these Cadillacs is going to make it really interesting going through the early S's, the sections of 3, 4, 5, and then as you get to the Le Mans section, is because the Cadillacs are going to catch them going through, after turn 13 all the way up to the Le Mans section. They're going to catch them definitely down the front straight. But if they don't make that pass, then they're kind of stuck behind them. And if the leaders are in that group trying to catch up, it's going to make it really hard to get by, especially if they're catching the leaders of the Audi group. So really curious. And looking at lap times here, Kyle Herp's time in the Audi and the GT3 right now is a 2:13.4. Chris DeShong's time in the Cadillac is a 2:02.3. So you're talking 11 seconds.
Separating those two classes, and even though it's a very long track, again, 3.75 miles here, I would still, and the races are not that terribly long. I would suspect that at some point we will see those GT1 cars start to roll through the back of the TCR field, and probably sooner rather than later. We're watching here on screen Tom O'Gorman in the number 194 car. He can not only talk, he can drive. Again, Tom just announced this week that he has been picked up by Valvoline. He is a sponsored eSports racer from Valvoline. They had been sponsoring a number of other drivers even before the onset of the coronavirus shutdown of motor racing. Had been sponsoring a number of circle track, short track racers, and I believe Tom is the first from the road racing ranks that Valvoline has picked up, and they've been very involved. With Track Night in America and the Sports Car Club of America for a long time.
And used to be the title sponsor of the runoffs years ago as well. So long-time partner going long ways back with Valvoline. But you mentioned that Tomo's history with this TCR IMSA class car. He ran the LA Honda World TCR Honda Civic for a season back, so he's very familiar with this format. And essentially, this car is very, very similar to the Honda.
And the thing is, the season before that, Larry, he actually drove one of the Audi R3 TCR cars with Kenton Cook as his co-driver.
He did run a race. They ran a race together.
They ran.
Driven it. Yep.
Yeah. They ran, I think, the last half of the season together. So they put in a number of races, and I believe they actually had a win down here at Sebring, if I remember correctly, in that car.
And so it's a front drive 2-liter turbo, not your typical Audi configuration. But for that TCR IMSA class, that's what they run. And for here at SCCA format, we go GT3. So we're going to have on the grid, we've got our GT1s, our Cadillacs. And
right, so we
talked earlier about this being sort of some Trans Am driver. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the big change here, obviously, is that this week we do have the GT1 cars sitting at the front of the field, and as the cars are starting to get gridded up, again, we do have, actually, I think so far, this is probably the biggest group of the day. We've got close to 50 cars, so we're going to let the grid run through, let you see it here, because otherwise Larry and I are going to need to take another break for a drink, and maybe something stronger than water for the first couple laps of this race.
So we'll let them, so we're good.
Yeah, we'll let them roll through here, but as things go through, you can see.
I'll hit a couple of highlights just to point out. In the Cadillacs, our GT1s, just let me go through the front row. Chris Deschamps, Mike Leader, Lawrence Loshak, Tommy Bordeaux on the front of that group. The GT2s, so these would be your Porsche Cup cars. DJ Alessandrini, Sean Valandia, just 20,000 separating them on lap times. Paul Darling, saw him a little bit earlier. He's currently third. Tyler Maxon on the other row. And the interesting group there, the third row of them, Caleb Patry, Max Grau. We just saw them in the Spec
we saw them in the very first race of the day, put on a hell of a battle for the win.
And I don't know if you heard, so Max was on pole. I was second. Caleb was third. Just as we're sitting on the grid, Max Grau says to Caleb, "Hey, Caleb, go ahead and bump me down the front straight from the green." Those two were a bit of talking together. So here they are on the same row together in the Porsche Cup car. So I just think that's an interesting pairing there. And then let's hit the GT3s. Kyle Herbst, who I believe won this class a week ago at
Yes, he did.
He's our pole sitter alongside his good buddy Andrew Pilata. Tomo, our broadcaster, color commentator for Skippy Race, he jumps right in with no practice, puts it right on the front three there for these cars. He's going to be alongside a very well-versed driver there, Elias Roman. That's going to be an interesting row there with Eric Conceal right behind them and Dennis Barrett on the third row as well. So you got some really strong talent in these fields. This is going to be fascinating. Also interesting is some strategies. These GT3s, these TCR cars, they are on the new tire model. They like some heat. The problem is if you overheat them early, they go away late. So watch the warm-up lap. Some of the guys like Herbst, Pilato, Gorman may not warm them up. They'd rather go on cold.
Run them cold so they have at the end. And one of the battles in that class I will be watching is Elias Roman. Now last night at Lime Rock for the Washington D.C. region race, Tom O'Gorman pretty much had the race running away. Roman finished second in that race. Really had to deal with a lot of traffic throughout the race. That O'Gorman was very lucky and hit traffic just at the right time. The first two times by the Spec MX-5 cars, and had opened up almost a 10-second lead on Roman, but Roman ran a very good race, and we'll see if things are a little different today.
By the way, these cars are so much louder than the last races of cars. I just had to turn up my voice audio so I can hear you over the Cadillac.
So as they're coming through, and here's the funny story. Well, it's not funny. I mean, it's funny when you consider that I'm like scatterbrained usually for an entire race or so after this. But typically when we run the Super Tour down at Sebring, I am trackside at most, not only at Sebring but at most tracks. And at Sebring in particular, I am trackside right directly at the exit of turn number 3, which puts me for the big bore race with cars after the very first lap. I have cars coming at me going into turn 3. I have cars directly behind me going into turn 13, the tower turn, and then I've got cars to my left going down the Flying Fortress straight. and it will literally take me about 15 minutes for me to get my wits around me again. That as my broadcast partners Bob Steele and Mike Wolf will certainly attest, I am as close to useless during that race as you can get, because I cannot form a complete thought. I mean, you can tell here I have problems.
I bet Mike and Bob, they would say you're useless most of the time, so I don't know if they'd be able to make that comparison.
well, it is a whole different thing, and I mean, it is just incredibly loud there. And if you have an airplane take off on the airstrip right by there, you typically can't hear the airplanes over the GT1 cars. That's how loud it gets there. I mean, it's really quite amazing. All right, so we've got the pace car now bringing the field down the Ullman Straight, and they're actually coming into turn 17 into Sunset Bend right now. They're going to take the green in just a moment.
This will be exciting. And again, I'm curious to see how the second and third groups of classes come together, how they've been coached, how I think Tom's doing in the driver's meeting, so we don't have the issues we had in the touring race. But the Cadillacs are go. GT1 is green down the front straight. They're going to go 2 wide. They're going to go 3 wide. I'm starting to see some 4 wide, but it goes to the funnel. Who comes out in the lead? Is it Deschamps?
All right, and as they go down into turn number 1, looks like, we've got Chris Deschamps here now sitting in the lead as the first car through, then right behind Deschamps. Let's take a look here. Looks like we've got we've got a big wreck here going through turn 3.
Hendrickson.
Yeah,
44.
Hendrickson. And it looks like Todd Lamb, we didn't mention, the Atlanta Speedworks owner, is in the field here in GT1. Now the Porsches we have coming down the front straight, and we'll see if that incident gets cleared coming through turn 3 as they now start to work their way through.
It's a good thing about virtual races. Incidents clear real fast. There's a button on your wheel. It's an immediate tow, and off you go. DJ taking the early lead, but there's fighting behind him, which is going to help him pull away if they don't clear that soon.
Yeah, a little bit of a tap there as the 51 car gets sent around. That is, that's Volandia that just got spun around, and a number of cars as well. The 198 car, that's isn't that Patry in the 198 that gets spun around as well? And now we've got our GT3 cars, the TCR cars making their way through. The 89 car is going to be the first car in. Yeah, Herbst, who is our pole sitter for the class. And he's already, going into turn 3 now. He's opened up about a car length and a half lead now over looks like Bellotta and O'Gorman.
Yep. And those 3 guys are longtime friends, all 3 of them, with some roots in Ohio going way back. Herbst, Bellotta, and O'Gorman. They have definitely worked together on this. But as we look back at our Cadillacs, now we start to see the pace and speed.
Exactly. We've got Deschamps, we've got Leader, we've got Lawrence Loshak, and getting spun around a little bit further back in the field. Looks like Eric Coutil just in the TCR class got put around. But let's take a look now as the Porsches roll on through, and as they come through, looks like. Let's see, we're looking at the battle right now. That is the number 8 car. Tyler Maxson with is that Beam Bessemer right behind, and that is right now the battle for 9th in class, a little bit further back than expected. All right, let's take a look now. Our leaders in GT1 now coming down into the tower turn. Probably not. It's not the tower turn. That is turn 7.
Bordeaux with a big slide was unable to hold the brakes going into 7. He's trying to find a spot.
To figure out, and gets it wrong as he clobbers the number 24 car.
That was Yannisey that he pulled out right in front of. Unfortunately, Yannisey had nowhere to go. Bordeaux was just trying to keep going.
And there's Todd Lamb trying to take advantage of it. But, Bordeaux, you can see he kind of couldn't make the decision whether to stop or go. And he lurched forward a couple of times and finally got on the gas and went right into the side of the 24 car. As Chris Deschamps now opens a lead back up over the second place runner. That is Mike Leader in the number 53 car as they now come through Le Mans turns 15 and 16 and onto the Ullman Straight for the second lap here. We're now looking at Lawrence Loshak and Chip Disharoon. That is the battle now for third. Currently Lawrence Loshak, national champion and Trans Am racer, I believe TA2 racer, and Disharon now heading down towards the turn-in now for the Sunset Bend, turn 17 here.
So all the classes we were announcing earlier, a lot of them, we talked about it with Spec Ford, talked about it with the Skippies, is the draft down this straightaway. These Cadillacs don't give a hoot about this draft. They got plenty of ponies to overcome any wind resistance. They're just all about hanging on for dear life and trying to pick a breaking point and get through this sweeper smooth.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, they probably put a big hole in the air, but it's not going to make any difference considering how many hundreds of horsepower you got underneath your right foot there. As our leaders now make their way through turn 3, and well, got the leaders closed up just a little bit on Deshong. Now, Deshong was more or less the driver to beat going away last week at Road Atlanta in these cars here, and
so leader had a bit of a spin last week. He was in the race, got spun out pretty early, so we didn't ever get to see his pace. I think we're starting to see his, not only his pace, we're seeing his racecraft right now as he's got himself tucked right under the tail of Deshong. He's going to put a lot of pressure on Deshong as they're starting to go through this 10, 11, 12 complex. I think that's where they are. No, it's 8, 9. They're going through 10 now.
Yeah, they're going through 10 right now, making their way around the right-hand bend, and as they come up towards the tower turn, already starting to make their way through some of the GT3 traffic and getting up on the curbing. Was there contact there, or was he just up on the curb? Okay, yeah, it looks like as we roll back through it, we'll see here, and leader did get into the back of pardon me, Chris Deshong, and Deshong went around.
He had been pushing hard, and Deshong might have tried to brake a little bit early, but that's the responsibility of the trailing driver is to maintain that gap. It's unfortunately leader got a little bit too close there.
All right, so let's take a look now at the front of the GT3 race, and those are the Audi TCR cars. Kyle Herbst, currently your leader. Tom O'Gorman right behind as they go to set up for turn number 3. We can see him going right through the bend. And O'Gorman, as you mentioned, makes the move, and he is able to make it stick, so he now moves to the front. Again, he ran this race, or he ran the Washington, D.C. region race at Lime Rock last night, pretty much in this car, and pretty much had it running away. But not many similarities between Sebring and the bull ring at Lime Rock.
Not at all. Very, very different. There's a little elevation change at Lime Rock. It's like going roundy round on that little tiny track. This place, the only elevation change is when you climb a curb.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. All right, and Herbst hasn't decided to give up the ghost yet as they go now down into turn 7. Herbst tries to come underneath O'Gorman, and actually that's not turn 7. That was actually that was 10. So they're coming now, setting up for the tower turn, and as they do and come onto the Flying Fortress straight, O'Gorman gets the car, uses a little bit of the curbing on exit there, and as they now come down to Bishop, turn 14, it's this little bend right over here. Looks like O'Gorman has things pretty well in hand, but big battle for the lead in GT1. Jumping to the front, Lawrence Loshak in the number 5 car.
Yeah, that's big. And what I'm seeing, though, is that Deshong didn't lose a lot on that exchange where he got bumped by Mike Leader. Deshong is on the move. He's right behind Disharoon. And don't be surprised, we see Deshong in the next lap or so, right on the back of Loshak and Leader.
Yeah, and Deshong probably got tapped by Leader in the best place possible, almost dead center in the rear bumper. Probably didn't do any kind of damage to the suspension, and he just he went around without Leader getting into him a second time. As we jump back over to the TCR race, coming out of turn 17 on the front straight.
You'll notice something about this TCR race. It's now becoming a 3-horse race. Pilata has not gone away, and a little bit of this dicing between Herbst and O'Gorman. Pilata is still sticking this out. He wants to get up there. These cars don't get away from each other very well. Pilata's right in the mix.
Yeah, and as they come through here, and some of those, you were talking about the wear on tires in this class. I would suspect that because of the way these cars turn in, some of the wide sweeping turns, like turn 1, probably put that extended load on these tires. Probably not the best thing, but given the race that both O'Gorman and and Herbst are running currently probably doesn't give an advantage to one over the other.
Right, and I didn't see, you know, as we're watching 3 different classes, hard to watch them all. I didn't see how Pilata got behind Herbst and how O'Gorman and Herbst kind of pulled away. I do wonder if Pilata is just watching his tire wear a little bit, running his pace, as we got a bit of a spin there for the 26 of Wes Henderson.
And that's
the Ullman Straight.
Yeah, and he's coming onto the Ullman Straight there, and I would suspect that he's probably going to bring that car into the pits at the pace that he was running here.
Repair that you get. Oh, and
look at this! Yeah, we got another incident here. DeShong for the second time has an incident. That's with the number 75 car of Chip Disharoon. So let's take a look here. We'll see the replay, and oh wow!
Disharoon came across, thought he had clearance, and didn't. And you have a spotter in iRacing. You have this voice that tells you whether you're clear. It'll say on your left, clear on your left. He might have gotten a spotter because you can see he almost has him, but he broke. He got the clear and then hit the brakes hard.
Yeah, he got the brakes a little bit sooner than DeShong was expecting, and sent them both around. So there's Disharoon on the pit wall, and we'll have to see what the story is with DeShong. All right, so let's jump.
Rough afternoon for Chris DeShong so far.
Yeah. All right, so let's jump over now to the GT2 class and our Porsche 911s, and we're following along now with DJ Alessandrini. He is your leader in GT2. Second place runner is Darling, and Darling right now has a couple of, I believe he's got a couple of cars between he and our leader. You can see here right now, Darling following Andy DeLay's number 25 GT1 car, and that's going to be a challenge for him to get around that GT1 car. Definitely has the braking and the handling. Doesn't necessarily have the straight line speed.
For him.
Yeah, but maybe DeLay was listening to us there and decided to let him on by. But
you laugh, but as an autocross announcer, there's a lot of people that like to hear the other people's time, so they'll have the radio in the car tuned to the announcer, and sometimes
pay more attention to that.
Yeah, the starter will say go, and they forget to turn the radio down. They'll be out on course, going through a slow corner, and all of a sudden they'll hear my voice, and they'll come up to me later and say, I can hear you, and then I hear you say that so-and-so took the lead, and you distracted me. I'm like, is it my fault you forgot to turn your radio down?
There you go. All right, so let's take a look now. Coming out of 7 going into 8, it's the battle for the lead overall, and in GT1 we've got Lawrence Loshak in the gray number 5 car. That's the Momo car, followed by Mike Leader. Leader had a little bit of a bobble there coming out of turn 8, which really caused a problem for them as they now make their way down towards the tower turn over at turn 13, and they're having to make their way through a lot of TCR, a lot of GT3 traffic here.
I was going to say, there's a lot of traffic here, and this is what's going to make this interesting. You're going to watch these cars, they're going to break up 5, 6, 7 car lengths apart, then they're going to come back together as they have to work through traffic. And a big monster car like these giant Cadillac GT1 cars are a lot to handle when you're by yourself. They're an animal when you're trying to go, like right here, going through these Le Mans curves, when you're side by side with these TCR cars. Now all of a sudden, look at Leader, he's completely off his line. That is so hard to control. Does a pretty good job of it there, but it makes it, now you're trying to fight, makes it that much harder. Because they're trying to against Dennis Barrett there in that TCR Audi.
Yeah, and especially there as they're coming out of 16 with these GT1 cars, you really have to be careful if you're that far off the line to really be smooth feeding the throttle back in, because it's high time to put that car around if you don't. All right, let's take a look now. We've got the battle going on between Tommy Bordeaux and let's see, I believe that is Corey Mitchell in the that's the 24 car of Michael Yannisey.
Yep. So if you remember earlier, Bordeaux had the spin in 7, and when he came back on track, came out right in front of Yannisey, and these two have not left each other, but it looks like Yannisey's going to go ahead and take the free repair, jump into the pits right now.
All right, so let's jump now back over to GT3. We've got Tom O'Gorman. Yeah, we are missing Kyle Herbst. There he is right now in the number 89 car, and he's just now coming under the bridge going into turn number 7, and so he's certainly not missing, but he's about 8-9 car lengths back from our second place runner in the class, Pilata, in the 38 car. So we'll see if Herbst can get back up. Now, of course, he had much better pace than Pilata through the majority of qualifying, and certainly in the practice that I was watching earlier, but he's quite a ways back right now.
Right. And again, so looking at the time, it's 6:20 to go. Our fast class, the Cadillacs, have been running, somewhere around 2 minutes 2 minutes 3. The qualifying in this race, they've been running. So I'm trying to find my timing screen, which I don't have up. But so they're running 2:05, so we should have about 3, maybe a 4th lap, 3.5 laps to go. This is where it's going to get interesting if you're in that TCR, that GT3 group, because Kyle Herbst has a shot to still catch them if he doesn't get too far back. But this is where we talked about Pallotta. Did he save his tires for these last couple of laps?
Yeah, and as they come now out of 16 and head on to the Ullman Straight, we'll see Lawrence Loshak there in our overall leader make his way around and past the TCR cars. But as they come now into the Sunset Bend, the 53 car, he's going to be sitting. He's probably going to have to follow those TCR cars all the way around Sunset onto the front straight. Although he's quite a ways back, he should be able to get clear of both of them heading down into turn 1.
He should. Oh, look at the speed delta as he comes down. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a pretty drastic difference there, but he's lost quite a bit of ground to our leader Lawrence Loshak now as Loshak comes around turn 2, sets up for 3, and makes his way through, and you can actually see the rear of that Cadillac now starting to get a little loose as leader is really starting to push that car.
He is, yeah. But watching O'Gorman, he's using a lot of curbs through there, as we've got our leader in the GT2, DJ Alessandrini, just sort of out doing his daily routine here, doing what DJ does, and just turning laps. It's the gap right now in this class enough that he probably spin once or twice, as he's got a pretty good lead over Paul Darling of almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say he's got just about a 10-second gap back to Darling, and Darling has to make his way around Chris DeShong in order to get up to Alessandrini, although I would suspect that DeShong will probably get around Alessandrini before that happens.
There's a big mover right there so far in this field is Ellis Pisa, as he's moved up from 14th on the grid all the way right now on a provisional podium spot with, again, about 2.5 laps to go. Great move there. Look at this pack. A couple of classes represented, the GT1s, GT3s. Great shot as the speed delta, again, as they're coming out and down these short straights.
Yeah, and as they come now out of 13 onto the Flying Fortress Straight, and you can see there is Todd Lamb in the Atlanta Speedworks car, who was really having to make his way through a lot of TCR traffic, and it's almost like a moving slalom here as they come down the Flying Fortress Straight heading into Le Mans and set up for the Ullman Straight. But he's now coming up on some of that Cadillac traffic. Matter of fact, that should be a battle for position he's got coming up. I believe he's coming up on AJ Roderick in the 56 car as they now make their way down. I think right by is that Roman? I think they're passing in the Hot Wheels car as they come now down into turn 17 into Sunset Bend, and Lamb now pretty much in position to make a battle here for 6th position.
Yeah, so again, we've got should be 2 laps to go as they just crossed start finish in this battle. And back to our leaders. This is not the leader, right? This is Pallotta and Herbst, as it looks like Pallotta had a bit of an issue there. Falls back to the clutches of Herbst.
Herbst pops the curbing there, overcoming through turn 4. And now through 5 as they make their way underneath the bridge. They're going to head over towards turn 7 here under braking it, just as one of our GT1 cars starts to come through and doing the right thing. Herbst gets right behind the Cadillac there. That's Justin Sang. Sang currently running in 4th in GT1.
Yeah, Herbst trying to get a bit of a tow, but unfortunately the Cadillac decided to go and be more of a John Deere as it comes around 7, letting the TCR cars go right on by. Now he's got to go do it all over again as they head up to 10. All right, so
yeah, I'm getting word that AJ Roderick had just gone off. Roderick running in the number 56 GT1 car. He's currently 13th in class and spun the car off and impacted the wall trying to get back on course. He's just now gotten back underway.
Justin saying.
Yeah, it looks like DeShong just had another issue as well going into. Let's see here. It looks like going into 13, impacted another car. So long day for Chris DeShong.
So with a little over a lap to go, we know that the GT2 is basically decided, but the lead in GT1 is not. And there you have it, as this should be white flag for Loshak.
Yep, white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go.
1.1 between Lawrence Loshak, Mike Leader. And I take you back a week ago when our lead in the GT1 Cadillacs was about 1.1 second at Road Atlanta when they crossed our finish. And if you remember,
our leader ran out of gas on the very last lap.
Let's see if these guys learned a little lesson last week.
And not just on the last lap, but rolling up the hill towards turn 11. He had 2 turns left to go, and then was out of gas. All right, let's take a look now. Zach Sainz in the 50 car gets together with Kyle Herbst, and a big coming together. Looks like Pilata might have been caught up in that as well, with nowhere to go, and goes right into the door of Kyle Herbst. Does manage to continue on, takes up 2nd position in class, but really nowhere for Andrew Pilata to go there.
Herbst managed to continue as well, so they're still running 2nd and 3rd in that class. But let's get to our leaders here. As Loshak's lead over Mike Leader is 1.3.
Yeah, they just ran through turn 7. They're making their way now up, and there we go at turn 13, coming onto the Flying Fortress straight with about 3 car lengths separating them.
Max Grau having a pretty good day as he's currently sitting in 3rd in the GT2. Tyler Maxson started 4th, currently 4th, trying to chase him down.
Yeah, and Maxson was our winner last week at Road Atlanta. Still trying to run him down with only a lap left to go as they now come into turn 7 here right by the hotel.
Now they've caught a couple of TCRs. This is not going to, it's definitely going to help Maxson as it helps him as they got side by side. He's using them like a pick, like a basketball move.
And here he comes, going into 13. Yeah, going into 13 now, side by side, and and they get into each other. Oh wow, Maxson locks up the brakes, gets on the throttle in reverse to try and get back underway, but that pretty much sealed the deal right there.
All right, so the checker goes to Loshak, just about 1.3 over Leader, but we got battles behind that are not decided. That looks like Speed is currently running 3rd, but Zhang 4th, but Lamb and Mitchell are not decided yet for 4th and 5th in this GT1 Cadillac.
Well, actually, I think right ahead of them actually is the 88 car is Sang. He's going to take 4th, so this is the battle for 5th with Lamb and Mitchell. Lamb will take 5th, Mitchell will take 6th.
Yep, Isamo takes the win in the GT3s. It looks like Pilata's going to come home 2nd in GT3s with Kyle Herbst in 3rd.
And Eric Coutil gets spun around there right after the checkered flag. Let's see, he is going to finish 5th, just behind Darren Treacle. Good run for Darren Treacle. We didn't talk much about him. Treacle finished 2nd at the runoffs in Daytona. I believe that was 2015 in the STL class in a Honda Civic, so good run for him today.
Yeah, great racing all around. I think that Cadillac race just got more and more interesting. I feel bad for Chris DeShong. Just had some bad luck there. I'm sure we'll see more out of him in next week's races. But a good win there for Lawrence Loshak, able to hold on over Mike Leader. That DJ Alessandrini, we didn't talk about it much because it was nothing exciting. All he did was just went and put on a clinic. Yeah,
he just went. So let's go. We'll run down the order here real quick. As you mentioned in GT1, Loshak takes the win. Leader 2nd. Spisa rounds out the podium. Then Justin Sang, Todd Lamb, Corey Mitchell, Tommy Bordeaux, who had a really disastrous race today, as did Chris DeShong, who finishes in 8th in class. Then Matt Jones and Joaquin Effinger. In GT2, DJ Alessandrini, as you mentioned, takes the win. Paul Darling finishes in 2nd. Max Grau takes 3rd. Then Sean Valandia, Tyler Maxson 5th. Caleb Patry 6th. Wes Henderson 7th. Remy Esperance finishes 8th. Yishan Javed finishes in 9th, and Jacob Beamer finishes in 10th. And then let's jump over to the GT3 class. Taking the win, Tom O'Gorman with Andrew Pilata 2nd. Kyle Herbst finishes in 3rd, last step on the podium. Then Darren Treacle, Eric Coutil, Dennis Barrett finishes in 6th. Then Elias Roman finishes 7th. Max Kittleson finishes in 8th. Michael Ford finishes 9th, and Mike Ogren finishes in 10th.
Yeah, great battles. I think that was the GT2 battle was actually not quite like I expected. I was really thinking Darling was going to have the pace. I didn't quite see how he got back so early, because if you look at the laps at the end, he was running DJ's pace, and of course in qualifying he had the laps to match. I think in next week's race we're going to see a little bit tighter battle there in the GT2s. But great drivers. There's talent there between DJ Alessandrini, Paul Darling, Max Grau. Those are 3 of the best drivers I've seen in the sim. They well deserving a GT2's podium there. And I'll wait definitely for next week for Chris DeShong make his triumphant return as we get into VIR, because he definitely deserved a better finish today. He was on the pole in GT1 and just had some bad luck, unfortunately for him. We'll see him, I'm sure, next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Kyle, is there anybody we can pull in and talk to here out of our multiple winners? And, you know, of course, we just finished talking to Tomo, but it looks like he is
Lawrence
back
Loshak
here in the booth.
We got Loshak.
Tomo Gorman.
Yep.
And, yeah, we've got Lawrence Loshak, who is our GT. Lawrence, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us. This is Greg, and of course we've got Larry Lefty McLeod here as well. Great run today. Had a little bit of a challenge there throughout a good portion of the race at the front of the field. Why don't you walk us through things?
Yeah, I mean, the guys were just so fast in qualifying. I've been practicing with Chris, and he's just so blistering fast. So honestly, I was getting frustrated trying to beat him, so I just decided to start working on a setup for, the long haul, and just kind of went into the race with that same type of, idea that I wouldn't be able to go faster than them, but let the race unfold, and it did. It was slick out there. It was fun.
Yeah, temperatures on track definitely getting a little warm, and we noticed a lot of the GT1 cars having, especially towards the end of the race, definitely having some grip issues. But as you mentioned, you were trying to keep up with Chris DeShong there, and he had no shortage of problems throughout the race, which I think opened things up for you just a little bit.
Yeah, that definitely helped. I mean, Chris is just so fast. I knew it was going to be there in the hunt going into tonight's event, but hey, it's who finishes first, right? Not who who qualifies first. So it was really cool to watch the race unfold like that, and it was a challenge. I don't know if the front tires went first or the rear, but it was a good time.
Yeah, you did a great job managing to keep the tires under you, but managing through that traffic. Walk a little bit, because you had the back markers first, of course, as the cars that maybe have spun get going again, but then you did have to catch the leaders and get by them, and those guys in the TCRs or in the Porsche, I guess the TCR especially. What's your thought? Are you on the chat saying to them, hey, I want to get by you, or are you just trying to pick a spot that doesn't hurt you to get by them and doesn't give any advantage to the leader behind you?
No, man. I mean, I think it just speaks volumes. This is the SCCA, the drivers of SCCA. I mean, honestly, I didn't have any chats with anybody. I was trying to be courteous. They were being courteous. To be honest with you, I didn't even realize that they were the leaders. It was great. It was just good racing. So close with everyone, and that's what I was looking forward to. That's why I joined the session. It's great.
Well, that's awesome. And actually, while you're in here, you don't have to leave yet, but I got Tomo, because Tomo won the race of the GT3s and those TCRs. And you actually, Lawrence, you had to be passing Tom at some point, so you guys had to interact a little bit. Tom, when you're seeing Lawrence come up, knowing he's the leader in his class, you can't give up your lead over, I guess at that point it was Andrew or Kyle. What's your thought on, you want to be nice to him, but you don't want to give up your lead? How are you calculating that?
Well, luckily the speed difference between the two cars is so extreme that the only place that they match up is on the brakes. The TCRs are really good on the brakes, so I got pretty lucky with traffic everywhere, but I had such a lead at most points in that race, other than when I was running away from Andrew or battling with Kyle. It wasn't too much of a challenge to make it easy for other drivers to go through.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun to watch. You had a really good battle. Don't underplay your battle there with Kyle for a while, and Andrew caught you, and you guys had some pretty good battles too. But that was exciting. all three classes are good. I think this is a good mix between these three, and I'm looking forward to VIR next week. It's only going to keep getting better. So, great race. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. This is great.
you all.
Thanks for putting it on, and thanks for announcing. It was awesome. Thanks, Tom, for everything you do. That's awesome.
Thanks a lot, Lawrence. Appreciate it.
All right, Greg. So I think we're going to jump to a quick break, and then we'll come back with our last race of the night, our Global MX5 Cup cars, where, again, we had to go through a qualifying couple of rounds, and we're going to have the fastest of the fast, so we'll get to them in a few minutes and see how that shook out and get ready for our race.
We'll be right back with you with Global MX5 Cup. You're listening to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA eSports Super Tour. All right, and we're back with the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA eSports Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway, and we're getting ready for the last race of the evening. That's going to be Global MX5 Cup, Kyle. Or, pardon me, not Kyle, Larry.
I feel honored, though. I know how good Kyle is broadcasting, so if you're going to confuse me with Kyle, I'll take the compliment. Yes, this is Lefty. Thank you, Greg. I'm excited because we've got MX5 Cup, which basically in SCCA world means Spec Miata, and it's always exciting, and this track is going to bring that excitement out as always. This is a very long track. There's a lot of talented drivers here. Just like last week at Road Atlanta, we're going to see it shine right in front of us.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Of course, we had, and why don't we go over again the what it took for drivers to get into this qualifying session that we're seeing here, because things were run a little bit different for Global MX5 Cup cars and for the Skip Barber cars as well. Sure. From the rest of our groups. Yeah,
so when Tom came in to broadcast the Skippies, he ran through a little bit of this. So basically, because of the demand of those two particular classes, there was so much demand to get into them, we decided, let's make sure the top talent gets on the broadcast, and we'll make sure there's still enough space for those that aren't on the broadcast to be able to go another race. So they created this tournament, and what essentially it is, it creates parallel but equal condition sessions. You join with, I don't know if it was 30 or 40 cars in each one of them, but it's a 1 hour qualifying session. Best lap counts whenever you do it. It's got to be a clean, no dragging tires off and cutting curbs and that kind of stuff. But you can work together with your teammate in the same session. You can draft and all those kind of things. It all shakes out. The top 5 finishers from Road Atlanta are automatically in the race for today here at Sebring. And the 35 best.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that was Alessandrini, O'Gorman, Coutil, who we just saw, John Allen, and Zach Rubin were our top 5 from Atlanta.
So they were automatically in the 40 for the feature race here on the broadcast today. Then you'd go to the qualifying 1 hour session. I think, again, there were 2 groups. I think it was 100 total spots were available. I don't think we got there. I'm not even sure we got to 40 something. But you take those, the top 35, we're going to join those 5, creating a 40-car field. The remainder will go to an overflow race, which we've always had. This just ensures the top talent gets to play on the broadcast, and the others still have a place to play in a race. We're not excluding anybody from competing, because after all fun, isn't it?
Exactly. All right, so we're about just about about halfway through qualifying here. Actually, more than halfway through qualifying. DJ Alessandrini, who we've seen multiple times today, and again, he was our winner in MX5 Cup at Road Atlanta last week. He is currently fastest car on track. I'll get his lap time here for you in just a second.
While you're looking, though, take a look at who he's following.
Yeah, he's right behind Zach Rubin.
Yes, and where did Zach finish last week? Top 5.
He finished in the top 5. I believe he finished 5th. He was the last of the 5 cars to get a ride into this race, and I'm sure Zach is going to be looking for a good finish tonight. I was watching his race. Actually, I was calling his race from Lime Rock last night, and he was in the top 3 and got caught up in an incident on the front straight of Lime Rock with a car that had spun across the track and actually took out the second and third place cars in the class. And so as Alessandrini gets around him, I think you're going to watch Rubin really try to mirror what Alessandrini is doing and try to stay close and maybe pick things up, as we have a new provisional pole sitter going to the top of the leaderboard, and that is Bob Kucera in the number 177 car. He sets a lap time of a 2:26.769. That is almost 35 hundredths of a second faster.
It didn't last long.
No, it didn't. and look at that. That means Alessandrini made up almost 0.6 of a second just that last lap, as he went from being about 35 hundredths of a second down to 3500. I guess that would make it 0.7 of a second to 35 hundredths up.
We've talked about this during the Skippies. We talked about this last week, but one of the reasons is because the tire model that's on these MX5 Cup cars is the newest ones. These tires build and build and build performance and build heat. So you're going to watch even the last lap is going to be their fastest lap who's ever out there at the end. So these lap times, although they're running at a 2:26.7, don't be surprised if it's a 2:26.2 if they're still out there running. And as you see, well, there's Zach Rubin.
Well, we are watching Brad Perez, who's currently your third fastest car out on track, and it looks like he's doing a little agricultural work for the Central Florida region down there, trying to cut all the grass that they have in the infield at Sebring here.
Taking care of the gopher problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Or trying to find the best spectating spot for the 12-hour when it gets shown again.
Sure. Carl was just taking care of Bushwood's problems with gophers. That's all it is. Please tell me you get that reference. Okay,
yeah, we all love a good Caddyshack reference. Yeah, absolutely. All right. All right, and of course, my favorite car of the night, and that is the Dunkin' Donuts car, the number 94 car. We see that going around. Of course, that is in comparison to our reigning national champion in Spec Miata, Todd Burris, who is down from Florida way, typically drives the Krispy Kreme car. So might have had some real good competition as Brandon Dreyer in the Dunkin' Donuts car goes for the spin. Looks like he might need some iced coffee there, but he's going to reset and go and try and set another fast lap.
Here's a name we recognize. Preston Pardis was, I believe, second at the runoffs this year. Champion.
Yeah, he's your 2017 national champion, and from Indianapolis, took the win there. Had a pretty strong run at Sonoma back in 2018, but finished second to Todd Burris this year at Virginia International Raceway.
And if you did not watch that runoffs, if you didn't see Spec Miata this year, SCCA.com, go to the runoffs page for 2019 runoffs at VAR, go watch the broadcast. You have to listen to me, I'm so sorry. But what you're going to see is Preston Pardis put on a clinic of how to go from 9th to 2nd. What I think it was 8th or 9th to 2nd.
Yeah, it was 8th to 2nd, and he had done the exact same thing at Daytona. He was actually sitting 9th, I believe, with 3 laps to go. And so, I mean, he is the king of the late race charge. And this year, Virginia International Raceway, it was an East Street Racing 1, 2, 3 with Burris, then Pardis, and then multi-time winner Jim Drago finishing in 3rd.
By the way, I believe the only multi-time winner in Spec Miata still, I believe.
That is true. You can hold strong in your belief. I won't tell you anything about the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus, but you can rest assured that Jim Drago is your only multi-time national champion in Spec Miata.
If you want to run at the front of Spec Miata, you got to call Jim Drago. You got to call East Street, because they will definitely bring a very, very good car out for you. Not to plug them, but performance definitely shows in results. But anyway,
don't tell Tom Fowler over at OPM.
Not doing that. Pardis is here. Pardis has definitely the skills. Currently, he's 11th on the grid, but we've still got 20 seconds to start new laps, and then, as they always say, flying laps will count. DJ Alessandrini currently on the top of the leader stick with Bob Cosera second, and then I believe it's Brad Perez,
and then Elio Mendez. We're currently looking at Peter Enser, the number 49 car. He spent this last year running in the Global MX-5 Cup, as well as running a couple of the SCCA, the analog Super Tour races. He believe he actually lives in Atlanta now. He had actually started his rookie year. I was actually one of his instructors at driver's school. That he took his driver's school at the Washington, D.C. region.
Keep your eye on the leaderboard ticker on that left side. Look at O'Gorman down in 9th. Because, as I'm looking at there he is. Look who he's following.
Yeah, he's following
Alessandrini. Yes. And let's see what Alessandrini does. There's enough of a gap there, I think, that Alessandrini can finish out his lap. But Tom's definitely getting a tow down the Ullman Straight right now.
Yeah, he's not making up a lot of ground there under, but it looks like, well, there he is as they make the turn in for Sunset and make their way through there. Yeah, and you can see where Tom is just a little bit tighter, and he probably ended up driving, I'd say, almost 30, maybe 35 feet less than Alessandrini there. And as he crosses the stripe in the 194, yeah, he moves up to second in the order, right behind Alessandrini. So a big jump there, and Alessandrini looks like he's had enough. He pulls over to the inside, and looks like O'Gorman does as well, because the checkered flag is out, and so O'Gorman picked the perfect time to set a top 2 time.
I'm telling you about these tires. Yep, if you could be out there with an entire 15-minute qualifying session worth of heat in your tires, and you get a draft, and you happen to get your draft to run behind the guy who's currently on pole, even better, you've got a good shot of having a good lap down. So if you got a couple of drivers, Eric Brown right now, he's still out there, a little bit of slide there coming off of 17. That's going to hurt a little bit. See what kind of time he can put down. He's going to, about 30 seconds.
He's going to be down in 32nd position, so it doesn't move him up the order. He runs that last time by a 2:31.478. That was actually his fastest lap of the session, but unfortunately only good enough for 32nd out of 35. I'm showing 35 starters.
All right, so a couple interesting things as we run down the order before we go through the details. We mentioned already about Alessandrini and O'Gorman finished 1-2 in this race last week. They're going to start 1-2 in this, but let me pick out a couple others before we run down everybody, and that is a couple of the names that also finished in that top 5 last week, and where they are right now. Zach Rubin, 10th on the grid, and
Eric Coutil.
Not in the race.
I'm not showing Coutil. Maybe he didn't make the session after the last race. But I thought I had seen him out there. But of course, he had run the TCR car the last session, and maybe he just didn't join in time.
Right. So, but Ruben is the one who's kind of left out right now. Probably couldn't get a good draft late in the session there. He's going to start in 10th, and that's a tough place to start. Then try to make up ground if he wants to get up near the front. It puts Bob Casera. Casera's got some serious speed. He and I on the Tuesday night this last week, when it was the Skippies at, there's a couple of different classes, but Bob and I ran together in the Skippies at Watkins Glen, and Bob and I ran side by side for that entire race, and he was quicker than me in most of that track. It was a lot of fun running with him. I think he's got the speed to keep up with DJ and O'Gorman in this race. So watch for him, and then keep your eye on maybe see if Elios Mendez, Brad Perez, Tony Chow, see if they can maybe stay with him on the opening laps.
Yeah, and of course, I think the dark horse, we mentioned Peter Enser. We'll see here. I believe he's starting around 10th or 11th as we get down there. And of course, we've got the two King brothers, Max and Mike King.
Do you have the starting grid there? You want to run through it?
Yeah, let's go. Let's take a look at the track conditions and then the starting grid. Starting on the pole, as we mentioned, DJ Alessandrini with Tom O'Gorman with that last lap surge, starting on the outside of the front row. Then Bob Coursera starting third with Brad Perez starting on the outside of the second row. Starting on the third row, fifth overall, we've got Elio Mendez and Tony Chow, who starts sixth in the 68 car. And then going to the next row back, starting seventh, we've got Mark Shrivastava and Preston Pardis, who we mentioned is a former national champion in Spec Miata. Then we've got Kevin Sue, who will be starting in ninth, with Zach Rubin, one of our top 5 finishers from last week, starting in 10th. Then we've got Michael Borden and Sam Scott starting 11th and 12th in the 28 car and the 98 car respectively. And then in the next row, starting 13th, we've got Stephen Cugliari and Jonathan Davis starting 13th and 14th. And then Peter Enser, who I mentioned earlier, he's going to be starting 15th next to Michael Gagliardo. Gagliardo, also a longtime Spec Miata driver. Then we've got Max King and Jake King, the two brothers. Max the older, Jake the younger, starting 17th and 18th. Then we've got Brian Cheney and Ido Waxman starting at 19th and 20th.
Ido's been in almost every race tonight. He had a really good finish in, I believe it was the Caymans in the touring race earlier. We'll see if Ido can keep that momentum up and get a good finish here in the Miatas.
And we can see here starting 22nd, Celine Roland, who did not have the greatest race at Road Atlanta last week. Of course, he spent the last year in the Analog Global MX-5 Cup, so he should know these cars fairly well, and also a longtime Spec Miata driver from Florida as well, as we continue to run down through the field.
This track is part of the Global MX-5 Cup series, isn't it?
I believe it is.
It might be, yeah.
So whether it is this year,
this year, we'll go back to 2019.
Know, yeah, absolutely. And again, Celine's from South Florida, he knows this track pretty darn well.
I'm sure he's been out there a couple times. So yeah, just looking at a couple of things here as we start this warm-up lap. Very much like what we talked about in the last race with TCR, is who's warming their tires and who's going to save their tires. Not seeing a lot of tire warming going on, certainly not at the front of the field. Maybe a little bit of brake dragging.
Yeah, and as we look at the weather conditions here, big change from what we saw earlier in the day with the first races. You can see the track temperature here now, barely more than the ambient temps. We're running at 75, 76 degrees for the track surface, whereas the first two races we were looking at 100 degrees and 115 degrees. Yeah, something along those lines, respectively. So might take even a little bit longer for these drivers to get some heat in their tires. And as they make their way around here, coming underneath the old bridge into the hairpin at turn 7, a little surprising that we don't see a lot of scrubbing of the tires. I'm sure they're doing a lot of dragging of their brakes to try and get some heat in that way. But we saw this at Road Atlanta last week, where the drivers were more or less skating around for the first lap and a half or so.
Yeah, and this will be interesting because I did see Tom do a little bit of it, and you can see a lot of brake lights there, but I saw Tomo do a little bit as they went through 7, a little bit of wiggling in the car. I don't know if he was just testing it to kind of see how it felt or if he was actually trying to get heat in. It didn't look like a lot of heat application.
Well, you can see there that he was waited very long and got very hard on the brakes there to try and build up as much of a temp as possible. Don't see him dragging the brakes all that much.
Unfortunately, this is the warm-up lap that the Skippies didn't get. So this should be a very different start for them. The difference, though, is the Skippies started halfway down the front straights. They didn't have that head of steam going into that funnel, as I've been calling it, of turn 1. Miatas are going to have full-on head of steam because I'm sure that the front row, Gorman and DJ Alessandrini, they're going to go as soon as that safety car pulls in, because I can tell you, they go, "Get ready," is what you hear the starter tell you if you're a driver, and that safety car disappears and the lights go on 1 second later.
Yeah, so not a lot of time to react there. And it looks like we've got a car that's gone around over at 15. That is the 46 car of Charles Junger, who I believe was starting at the tail end of the field to begin with.
33rd and 35th, yeah.
Yeah, so just towards the tail end of the field. He is now back underway as the field comes down the Ullman Straight on the end of the pace lap here. And we'll see Alessandrini with Tom O'Gorman come around the Sunset Bend here, and we'll get a green flag here in just a moment.
Yeah, and Ruben's the one here who needs to really make up ground. I always say you don't want to try and win at a turn 1, but Ruben, knowing what he did last week and he had the pace with some of these guys, he needs to make up about 4 spots to have a shot to be in the top 5 at the end of this race.
All right, and the green flag is in the air, so we've got DJ Alessandrini. He makes a move quickly over to driver's right to try and set up for turn 1, and O'Gorman comes right behind him, and we've got a driver coming down the inside now, and let's take a look here. I think that might have been Shrivastava that came down the inside. Couldn't make it stick though. Yeah, absolutely. As Alessandrini and O'Gorman, as well as Mendez, they all moved over to driver's right now. Here's where the big bottleneck is going into turn 3. Yep. And so far, most of those drivers have made their way through. It looks like Peter Enser in the 49 car, though, goes around. Of course, he started 15th, and he is now sitting back, looks like probably 34th. As our leaders now make their way under the bridge, going into turn 7, going into what they call the safety pin rather than the hairpin here now, and make their way through. And we'll see as the cars funnel down, and we have a couple more.
Dunkin' Donuts gets taken out.
Yeah, a little too much sugar today for the Dunkin' Donuts driver as he goes around one more time. Takes Cooper Lilly along with him. That's Brandon Dreyer in the number 94 donut car.
Younger again.
Yeah, Younger not having a great first lap here. Looks like he's off one more time. As
Yeah, look at this group now as Alessandrini and Tomo are starting to just do what they do, stay nose to tail, and watch the pack behind them. Currently, that is Kucera. Those guys have got to stay in line to stay with DJ and Tomo. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-horse race out in front like we saw the 5 horses last week.
Yeah, and then we've got Perez and Mendez currently running 4th and 5th. They've already fallen off now about 6 or 7 car lengths off of Kucera. who is sitting in third. But now as they come through the chicane there, Le Mans turns 15 and 16. They close things up once again, and we don't see any battling for position until about as they come through the chicane there, probably around 16th, 17th position.
Now we get to see discipline. Who has the discipline to make one pass and get back in line before you start 17 to not screw up the draft? All the guys at the front said, we're not going to make a pass, we're just going to stay in line, let this happen. But you get to about 10th place, and they said, hey, let's have a little bit more fun.
Yeah, and there you go. You have the 27 car of Stephen Guglieri going by Sam Scott in the number 98 car through 17. We'll have to see if he can stick that. And then we've got, there we go, we've got the 68 car of Chow coming onto the front straight.
Yep.
And he's not exactly getting hung out to dry, but he's there with Zach Rubin side by side going into turn 1. And we'll see how this plays out. Rubin getting pushed a little wide. No, definitely not. And right ahead of him, we've got the 42 car drops a wheel. That's Preston Pardis. And you know, he does that. He does that with the real cars too. So he's not driving this car in iRacing all that much different than he would his SCCA race car.
Yeah, and they're jockeying for position again. That goes back to how conservative, how much do you want the positions in front of you, or are you okay being satisfied being no higher than 5th? Because as soon as you start jockeying through corners 4 and 5, you must be happy with not being any higher than where you're at, because you're not going to catch the group in front of you.
Yeah, there you go. And you see Mendez in the 64 car trying to get back around Pardis as they go through turn 7 as well. So already some issues there in trying to back up the field, but still at the front, a lot of discipline, as you saw with Perez still just hanging in line, and he's been able to stay with Kucera.
Not seeing it here, and there's the lack of discipline. That would be
that's
Zach
the
Rubin
68 car with Tony Chow getting into Zach Rubin. Now coming out of turn 11 and heading down towards the tower turn. So
I think that was on Rubin. He stepped in, thought he could make the pass, didn't have it, and then you get that contact, and both drivers, honestly, Rubin probably should have waited a little longer. It's too early in the race to be doing those kind of things if you want to have a shot at being in the top 5.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We've got Max King. He's in the number 39 car, and he started right next to his brother. Right now we're watching. He's right behind Jonathan Davis. That's the battle for 13th as they come through the chicane and make their way onto the Ullman Straight, the long straightaway here, the back straight at Sebring.
This is a very different car from the Spec Racer Ford that Max ran in the first race today.
Absolutely. He's up.
He beat me by, was it 50 thousandths at the line for the 4th place spot. This is a very different car.
Yeah, it's close, and you'll notice he moved back over driver's left. He's trying to pick the lane he wants to go in as they head on through. There's the 243 of Kevin Sue in the BAR car, and he is got a number of cars right around him, including Celine Roland and the 29 cars in that mix as well. Roland currently, where is he? He's sitting back in 15th.
You know, you made an interesting comment there about that turn 17, which lane you want to go in, and that's probably the best analogy I can think of. Is it's like slot car racing through 17. You're going to pick your slot, and you're going to drive that lane through, and if you're a tick out from that, you're going to pick that slot and drive that lane. You don't really switch lanes once you enter 17. Whatever one you enter in, that's the one you're going to drive through that corner. It's a very interesting corner in the way that it behaves.
All right, we're looking at the overhead view right now. Kevin Zhu and Mark Stravostova. And back right behind that battle, Jonathan Davis is with Celine Rowan and Jake King. They're all getting some argy-bargy here coming under the bridge going into turn number 7. And king of the late breakers, there's Max King. I told you, it came a little later than I expected, but he's making some aggressive moves early in this race when he sees a hole open up.
He is, and that was ahead of Kevin Zhu there, correct?
Yeah, that's right ahead of the 243 of Sue.
Kevin's going to try and get it back. Oh, being a late breaker himself.
Yeah, coming onto the Flying Fortress straight. Let's see if he can. Actually, it's not the Flying Fortress. I was coming through turn 9, and as they now make their way over towards turns 11 and 12.
And you mentioned in one of the earlier races about you can get a little bit of draft on these little short sections of straightaways. and he just used it. He's got Travastova in front of him. He made the pass. Actually, didn't have the best line of the pass, but he had a draft in front of him to help pull him a little bit.
Pull him through, exactly. Kind of made up for the extra tire scrubbing. All right, getting a little wide now. Coming out of turn 16, it's Bob Kucera, who is your new second place runner. So we can move Tom O'Gorman now in the 194 car back into third position. We'll have to take a look and see what precipitated that change, as we have another car that's gone off wide coming out of 16, but again, a new second place runner. Yeah, it looks like Ito Waxman, in the number 6 car. Yeah, lots of issues there, and looks like he might he just had a tank slapper.
16's a tough corner.
Yeah.
Let's say that. All right, so interesting there about what Tomo, unfortunately, he might have had a course cut through there and had to back out, I don't know. But what it does is there was almost a 3-car breakaway with Allison Drini, O'Gorman, and Kucera. O'Gorman having to fall back becomes a bridge to Perez and then maybe to Pardis and Mendez behind them, creating a bigger field.
Yeah, wow, and O'Gorman having some issues there coming out of turn 1.
No.
And O'Gorman now gets into the side. That was Brad Perez, it looks like, that he got coming through 3 there. So big issue there, and that's really going to hurt Perez.
And that was all on Tomo. He got up on the curves, lost control, and hit back on. Luckily didn't take out anybody else but himself.
Yeah, and there we go. So Preston Pardis now, he moves up to third. But that battle with Perez, it's not over yet though, as they make their way through turn 5 and now through 6. They're going to come underneath the bridge and set up for the hairpin over at turn 7. And Perez, good position, but just not far enough up alongside Pardis to make it stick.
Tomo's mistake brought Tomo out of being the draft bridge and put Tomo behind this group, because Tomo was positioned perfectly right in between the front 2 and then this pack of 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, kind
now
of
Tomo's out of it, and you've got you're about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds between Kucera in second and Pardis now in third.
Yeah, so it's a long way to go now, and I think what we're probably going to see is Pardis start to move away from that pack just a little bit if he can break the draft. Yeah, it's going to be a little tough, but I think the track knowledge might help him just a little bit if he can break the draft. No, certainly not as they come now onto the Ullman Straight. But, again, if he can break the draft, it's certainly not going to help him any. But speaking of the draft, it certainly looks like Bob Kucera in the 177 car. He's all over the back of Allison Drini.
Well, and that's the smart thing. You're halfway through this race. If you're Bob Kucera and you're DJ Allison Drini, you're looking in your mirrors and you can see you got 4 seconds gap. The last thing you want to do is to battle and give that up. Oh, big contact there.
Yeah.
Pardis and Perez, and Pardis is the one that's going to lose out in this. They both did. Oh, Mendez, I'm sorry.
I think that was the 64 of Mendez that got into Pardis. I was just about to mention that Brad Perez had made a great move going into 17. Here we go. We'll take a look at it as Pardis tried to come down to the wall, tried to come down driver's right, and just don't think he realized the driver was there. He came all the way from driver's left over to driver's right, and the 64 car just happened to be there already.
Pardis taking a bit of a late apex there, was going slow at his peak and making his turn to make a long run down the front stretch, and unfortunately for Mendez, might have actually gone beyond the physics of limits and went too deep and took them both out. That's unfortunate. So we still, though, have this Perez, Cugliari, O'Gorman now for 3, 4, 5, trying to find a battle there for third. Even despite the damage, Tomo's not out of that battle yet. And this is the battle now.
Yeah, we've got the 38 car and the 27 Perez and Cugliari now as they make their way out of turn 3 and now through 4 and 5. Oh, pardon me, coming through 7 here and coming through the paper clip and on their way. Yeah, here we go. Under braking in the 7. Let's see what happens. In the 27 car, that's Cugliari, gets around Brad Perez. So move the 27 up to third.
Well, I can tell you what's going to happen is these 3, there's so much damage on these 3 cars, they are not running fast laps, and the group behind them is going to catch them quick. What do we got, about 3 seconds between there? Yeah. So this group of Gagliardo, Sam Scott, Mark Shrivastava, you can see them. This group here, Mendez, yeah, they are a freight train. It's going to go right on through the battle that we just see here between O'Gorman and Perez.
And there we go once again with Celine Roland coming through Bishop, coming through turn 14 into Le Mans. He's got right beside him there, he's got Brian Cheney in the number 86 car, and then right behind Cheney is Miles Crabb as they get in line now coming onto the home and straight, kind of sitting out on an island. We're looking at the 47 car of Oren. And he now is drafting up behind the 243 car who we saw earlier. The 243, but Kevin Zhu had some issues there earlier in the race. You can kind of see that there as they come through 17 now.
Let's just say all the body shops in Central Florida are going to be very busy this week before they had to head up to Virginia next week. It's a little bit of body work going on.
Yeah, and look at this now, coming out of turn 1, now going through turn 2 into 3, the 177 car, Bob Kucera, at least for the moment there, for about a half a turn, had the lead over DJ Alessandrini, but they are now side by side going through turn 5, and as they come now under the bridge heading towards the hairpin, Alessandrini manages to retake first, and he's actually stretched things out just a little bit, but you know, again, I think that's going to disappear under the
I think he's testing spots. It's one of those things at this stage of the race, you're 5 seconds clear of the group behind you. You have margin of error to play around a little bit. You start testing where can you go offline, where can you make moves. Speaking of making moves, there's Tomo making a move right there on Brad Perez for 4th. Now he's trying to chase up to Stephen Cugliari, who's currently got the 3rd. This group of 3, 4, 5 are real tight together. There's Jonathan Davis now. A little contact with the wall a little bit. Oh, he blew the motor.
Yeah, might have blown the motor.
You see a big puff of smoke in the back of there. That's a sign as you blew that engine. It's usually what your spotter tells you, unfortunately.
Yeah, coming out of 6 and day done.
All right, so we go back. We ride along here. Sam Scott,
right,
10th.
Yeah, here's the battle for 10th and 11th. Sam Scott, Jake King.
He's
and,
sandwiched by King. He's got Max in front of him.
Yeah.
These cars race so well together. If you haven't, anybody who's got an iRace account has to run this car. I mentioned it a couple weeks ago. This is sort of that stepping stone car that you have to get into. It's kind of the rookie level that everybody does, and a lot of guys stick with it because it is just so much fun to run these things side by side. They just take a beating. You can throw them around, and that's why they're so popular. They're a lot of fun. No matter what you're into, if you run the GT1 Cadillacs or you run the TCR Audis or you run the Skippies, you go back to the Miatas and just throw them around because they run side by side so well.
Let's take a look here. We've got Michael Gagliardo, the number 13 car. You can see here it is the battle for actually the battle for
6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, 6th and 7th and 8th with Mendez and Shrivastava.
Yep.
And as they now roll through 17, coming through the Sunset Bend.
You get the King Scott King in that 9, 10, 11 as well. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 all in an entire line going on the front straight. Just like I said, they run in packs so well together. I really thought that they were going to catch, and they should be catching. I think they're doing too much dicing to catch Cugliari, Perez, and O'Gorman in front of them. But these guys are probably having a lot more fun doing this.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the train they've got there, it looks like a traditional Spec Miata race, and yeah, should be a lot of fun for them as they make their way through turn 3 now.
We've talked a little bit in a couple of different races about teams and talking to teams. Clearly here we've got the 2 Kings sitting in 9th and 11th with Max and Jake. I think we may have also... Mendez, yeah, that right there, they're running out of just the classic Mazda livery, but a lot of guys are using the similar liveries like you've seen in some of the races as well, and they start talking to each other on the chats, working together to say, hey, I'm going to take the inside here, go by me, or I'm going to block on the inside, go around me. This is the kind of racing when you need to do that the most.
All right, we're on line with Max King here in the 39 car, and again, he's right behind Shrivastava and looking down on Shrivastava's car from the blimp there to see Groucho, not Groucho, but probably Oscar the Grouch.
Yes.
Oscar the Grouch sitting on the hood. Pretty neat little view there.
If you haven't seen the Saturday Night Live parody of the Grouch, of the parody of the Joker movie, if you haven't seen it, Google it. It's hilarious. Why are you so grouchy? It's just too funny. But anyway.
All right, and looks like coming to a stop there, the number 29 car, who had some issues, and yeah, let's see here as he pulls off.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's jump back up to the lead here if we can for a second, because we've got now our leaders side by side as they come down the end of the Ullman Straight into Sunset. Pardon me, I keep trying to say South Bend.
We should get 2 laps to go, and I think with Kucera jumping in front of DJ, don't be surprised if DJ sticks behind him.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was wondering if DJ was just gonna drive by me. Had a lot better run coming out of Sunset, but as they now head down into turn 1, Bob Kucera's got the point, and we'll see what Allison Drini does. And see if he can get up alongside, or if he wants to get up alongside coming into turn 3. And he does step to the inside, but cannot get quite close enough under braking going into turn 3.
You remember the race 2 weeks ago at Summit, and it was a Spec Ford race between David Gaspers, DJ Alessandrini, where the two of them basically just checked out. It was a lot like what we're seeing here. A little bit of dicing, a little bit of back and forth, and we kept saying, whoever's in second in the last lap, that's where you want to be. And then in the post race, we talked to both drivers. They both said, no, I wanted to lead every lap. I wanted to lead because I felt that I was better off leading and then defending. And what are we seeing DJ doing here? He actually looks like he wants it.
Yeah,
probably
he looks
with
like
that theory.
Yeah, it looks like he wants it going into turn 7, going into the hairpin. And Alessandrini now moves back to the lead around Bob Kucera. Now, as they make their way through 8, through Fangio, and as they head now, make the run over towards turns 10 and 11.
We're going to leapfrog again.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to change one more time. And again, we've got about a minute and a half left on the clock, and I think that will give us probably enough time for one more lap after this.
Yeah, we'll get one here next time by.
Yeah, as they go, and they're setting up now under braking, going into turn 13, going into the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress Straight. And look at that, Kucera drops a wheel coming out of 13.
That corner is so tough. There's a dip on corner just before the apex. It's almost like about 2 feet before the apex. A little bit of a dip. If you hit it wrong, the car takes a bounce, and you saw him hit it, and he bounced him out. Luckily, he went into the dirt, was able to catch it and come back. But a lot of drivers don't, and that's where the cars go into this spin. It's a really hard corner for that reason.
There you go. And as they come now through 16 here and make their way back onto the Ullman Straight, and we're jumping back just a little further. That is now the battle for third, the last step on the podium between the 27 of Cugliari and Tom O'Gorman in the 194 car, and they're dragging along. Looks like they're dragging along Perez and Mendez as well. Our leaders coming through Sunset, Alessandrini and the 177 of Kucera now, and last time by, DJ had a little bit better run than Kucera coming out of Sunset, but Kucera was able to hold him off, having the position swapped from where they are now.
Let's watch the defensive lines through 1, and then see how wide his car gets as he goes through 2 and breaks in for 3. He might track a little bit left just to protect. I
was going to say we're going to see him come down almost the center of track here.
I don't know.
And yeah, he moves back over. He realizes that Kucera is maybe a full car length back, and there was really no good way for him to get up to him under braking. So he took a traditional line through there. All right, looks like Tomo now in the 194 car. He gets around Cugliari, so move him up to the last step on the podium here with just 3/4 of a lap to go.
This bad, because now what they've done is by battling, you've got Perez right behind them, and Perez's car I don't know who's got the least amount of damage here, if it's Perez or if it's Cugliari. It's definitely not Tom. Tom's got the most damage of these 3.
Yeah. and you suspect every time he pounds these curbs, he's bending a control arm just a little bit more, right? Because he's been sending that car flying as they're now making their way through. And side by side, heading now down into the hairpin over at turn 7. We've got Tom to the inside in the 194. Yeah, a little bit of contact. You'd never know by looking at the left front corner of Brad Perez because he was already folded up there. But Perez, he slots back down into 30, got into the right rear quarter of the 27 car of Cugliari.
Yeah, Perez probably didn't expect Kugliari to break that hard, but because Kugliari had O'Gorman on his right, he had to. Oh, a little bit of a tail slide here, and that should be...
That's Mendez in the 64 car, yeah. And he's got Gagliardo, Scott, and Jake King right behind him. And as they come through Bishop, that might be of a problem for him. And he manages to hold off the 13 of Gagliardo, at least for the moment, as they come through Le Mans.
Oh, I'm watching King. He's getting impatient back here, but here comes our leaders. This can be interesting. DJ is super defensive all the way down on the right side, and now he's going to force Kucera to go on the outside through 17. Can he get a good line?
He's going to force him to take the long way around, and we'll see if he can take the over-under. But
he's going the long way.
DJ really has to tighten up that line coming through, and now he's going to try and push Kucera all the way over driver's left and covers Kucera and taking the win, DJ Alessandrini.
Let's flash back. We got O'Gorman. He does manage to hold off Kugliari for third, so Gorman third step on the podium.
And then here's the battle a little further back. We've got Mendez, Gagliardo, and Scott. And look at
just ahead. Some little post checker flag.
Yeah, look at the margin of the margin here between Jake King and Sam Scott. 20 thousandths of a second separating those two cars as they cross the line. That's the difference between 8th and 9th.
Yeah, just amazing racing. And I like to call it clean racing. It's a lot of body damage on these cars, but in general, that's how these Miatas race. Bring it back to the old days of Spec Pinata, as they used to call it. Definitely not how Spec Miata, the real cars battle, but these guys put on a pretty good show today. Look at all of the bent fenders, but the realism also of the dirt and the grime across front of these cars. But here's this finish. This is King and Scott coming to the line. Look at the red car, just a little bit of dirt ahead as they go across the finish there.
Yeah, that comes down to where the transponder is mounted, I think, more than anything else. All right, so let's go. We'll run down the order here real quick. We got, of course, our top three: Alessandrini, Kucera, and Tom O'Gorman. Then we've got Kugliari finishes 4th in the number 27 car. Then Brad Perez. Mendez finishes in 6th. Gagliardo 7th. Jake King 8th. Sam Scott 9th. Mark Shrivastava finishes in 10th. Then we've got Brendan Horan in the 47 car. Tony Chow in 12th. Then Miles Crabb 13th. Kevin Sue 14th. Mark Seresvis in 15th, and I was going to say, I'm sure I completely botched that one. Sorry about that. Eric Brown is 16th, Bobby Blankenship 17th, Charles Junger finishes in 18th, Charles Vaccaro 19th, and Andrew Wozencroft finishes in 20th.
Couple quick shout outs here. Eric Brown started 32nd, finished 16th. He went up 16 spots in that race. Great finish for him. Miles Crabb, another pretty big move, started 24th, 13th. But the big mover up front, Brendan Horan, 25th on the grid, 11th on the final ticker. Michael Gagliardo, 16th, ended up 7th. But Stephen Kugliari started 13th, finished 4th. Yeah. That's huge, because this field had a pretty clean getaway at the start. He had to really pick his way through to get up there and finish just on the tail of Tomo at the finish. So great racing all around.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
And I was going to say, remember, and I know they're still working on qualifying and how we're going to handle things for next week with all the increased attention that we're getting here on the eSports Super Tour. But as it stands today, those top 5 finishers, they've got a ticket into next week's race.
They do, and that's a big deal here in this this group of MX5 Cup cars to be able to get in there. I'm sure now, and what we've seen, I can tell you, is a lot of practice going on at the front of the field. I can tell you from the Spec Ford group, there was a ton of practice going on, me personally, to try to get the setup right for this track. But I also know that these Miatas have been practicing, the Skippies, people are doing this. They're taking this a bit seriously, even though it's all for fun. But there's some serious business going on, and it kind of raises the game a little bit, and it's makes it certainly entertaining. It's a lot of fun to watch, and it gets me excited a little bit for VIR, because we are going to Virginia a week from now.
Absolutely. We're going to be at Virginia International Raceway, home of the 2019 2019 National Championship runoffs. Same time, same bat time, same bat channel. Real quick, Larry, before we sign off, I just obviously want to thank some folks behind the scenes. Of course, we've had Kyle Heyer here running all the cameras here for us all day long, and certainly want to thank him, but also want to thank everybody from the Sports Car Club of America. Of course, we've got John Hunter, Kristen Poole behind behind the scenes, and they've done a great job for us as well. And of course, want to thank you, Larry. Who I couldn't exist here without you. So
do we have a second to interview anybody before we go?
Oh yeah. I think we forgot about that.
If we do, I would love to interview Bob Kucera if we can, just because we haven't talked to him, I don't think.
Yeah, let's see. And looks
Bob
like we
right
might have been
there.
able to drag him in here. Bob Kucera, can you pick us up?
Yep, I got you guys loud and clear.
Are you're a Bob or you're a Robert?
Robert.
You're a Robert. Oh, I've been calling you Bob, but hey, great racing. By the way, a lot of fun Tuesday night at the Watkins Glen and the Skippies as well. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, it was a good time.
But the race tonight, you started up there on third. You kept in the fight there. You dropped back early, but you're able to stay up there and get in the mix there with Tomo, with DJ. Tomo drops back. Suddenly it's you and DJ. You guys built a gap. Then he started fighting a little bit. What was your plan there? Was it to try to feel him out, or were you really just trying to get in the lead and stay there?
Yeah, well, I know DJ usually has a lot of lonely races, so I at least wanted to give him something to play with and kind of run with him side by side, see if I can kind of show him a move a little bit and see if I could stick it. But like most of the times, DJ is incredibly consistent and incredibly on pace, so he's a tough man to make a move on, but I at least wanted to try.
You definitely showed him a lot of moves. When you made a move on him through, I think, 3 and 4 earlier, probably with about the halfway point just past, I thought, okay, we're in for a bit of a fight. And then you guys started going side by side through 17 a couple of times. Clearly, you had to be watching your relative screen. You knew where your buffer was, right?
Yeah, I knew that we built up around a 6-second gap, so I knew that we could afford a couple moves here and there, but I wanted to make sure that nothing was going to be catastrophic, so a little move here or there just to let him know that maybe I could make it stick, but unfortunately in the end he prevailed.
So one thing, going into the last lap, you guys traded the lead a couple of times on the last lap, but what I didn't see was, did you ever try the outside line through 17, or was the last lap the first time you were forced to go that way?
Yeah, the last lap was my first time running it outside. It was a little bit slicker than I thought. Tried to make it stick, but it got a little loose, and just tried to hang on to finish the race.
Yeah, it's a really tough outside line out there. It's a different series of bumps, isn't it?
Yeah, very unsettling on the car, that's for sure.
Are you going to be in the MX-5s at VIR for next week?
I'll try if my schedule allows it. I for sure want to come out and race some more. It's amazing having all these SCCA races with all these guys and girls out here. It's a very good event.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. They're a blast to race. Even the midweek ones are a great time. So if somebody's sitting at home listening, Tuesday nights, something gets thrown out there, a couple of different sessions, different cars. Thursday nights, we do stuff. The Saturday stuff is out there. It's a fun community, and it's a blast. So, Robert, good race tonight. It was fun to watch you dicing it with DJ, and congratulations on your finish in second spot.
Thanks for having me, guys, and thank you guys for putting this on.
Thank you, Robert. Really appreciate it. All right, so real quick, Larry, because I completely forgot one final person from the SCCA that has been behind the scenes tonight. Courtney Rivers, she's been holding down the fort as well. So again, Kristen Poole, John Hunter have definitely been doing yeoman's work here this week and today. Playing backup for us, and we definitely appreciate it. So let's wrap things up here. As we mentioned, we're going to be at Virginia International Raceway next weekend, April 18th. Same bat time, same bat channel. We should be on air right about 5 p.m. And as you said, we should have a number of sessions throughout the week. If you want to join, if you're an SCCA member, it is not too late to get involved with these races. You can go to scca.com, and if you look under the program section, go to eMotorsports. You can see exactly how to sign up, and you can get involved with these races as well. All it takes is for you to be an SCCA member.
The Saturday races that are broadcast are the only things that require SCCA membership and require a D-level license. The midweek stuff is open to non-members and open to other licenses. So you can jump in, you can tell your friends about it, and they can join. Usually the passwords are fun with cars. So just a thing on that. I guess we'll talk to DJ real quick. DJ, one question. Hey guys. Robert we just talked to Robert. He said it was finally good to see your name not at the leaderboard, in the top of the leaderboard, even if it was just for like a couple of corners. Was that a little bit more pushing than you expected in that race?
No, I mean, the Miata on Sebring is real playful. That's the way the racing happens on that track in the Miata is one of my favorite combinations. It's just a whole lot of fun. Just dicing it up through the 2 through 5 complex that was the most fun I had all night.
It definitely looked like it. I'll go back real quick though to your previous, which was in the GT2s in the Porsche. You just put on a clinic. We weren't even talking about you because at one point we looked up and you're 9 seconds up. You pretty comfortable in that car now?
Yeah, I'd say that Cayman, the Porsche Cup car, and the Miata are the cars that I'm good at in iRacing, and I just happened to be able to drive all of them after the incident lap 1 with the wrecking ball that came through and just obliterated about $1 million worth of race cars. So
yeah, well, you definitely you drove pretty well in 2 of the 3 races. The other one, unfortunately, didn't really work out.
Well, he was driving well until
until turn 7 of lap 1.
I mean, I did get pole position 3 times, so
yeah, absolutely. Well, it's probably the old age and treachery thing. So happy birthday, DJ.
I'm not going to stroke the ego of a 30-something or whatever you are now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm 21. Come on, guys.
Jeez.
All right, DJ, good racing tonight. I'm sure we'll see you at this again next week because I know you spend 60 or 80 hours a week doing this stuff.
Oh, yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. But great driving tonight. I'm sure that VIR next week will be no shortage of fun and excitement and good driving.
It's going to be awesome.
Excellent. All right, thanks, DJ. And so, Larry, we'll try now for the 3rd time to wrap things up.
Who's Kyle going to throw at us now? Kyle, we're done talking to folks. If you want to come back in, feel free to join us. This has been a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun starting right out of the gate with the Spec Racers, and another awesome day of racing. And at least on my side, I'm happy because everything technically went nicely tonight, as it did last week. So that's always, I'm happy about that, guys. But time to wrap it up. I need to go eat dinner.
Yes, we all do.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's call it a night. Want to thank everybody for joining us here on the second stop of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA eSports Super Tour from Sebring. As we've mentioned now, I think 3, 5, or maybe even 8 times. We're going to be at Virginia International Raceway next Saturday, the 18th at 5 p.m., both on Facebook Live and also, and that's the Sports Car Club of America Facebook page, and also the Sports Car Club of America YouTube page as well. Go and like and subscribe, and of course give all these videos a thumbs up as well. That certainly helps us get noticed, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.